David, good evening. How are you?
Hi, Aaron. I'm good. How are you doing?
Would you mind if I just tested screen share real quickly just to make sure it works for our presentation?
Sure. Let me stop this. There you go.
Okay, we'll make this very brief.
No, this is what we would prefer to make sure that you guys are all working ahead of time here and that it's working on your end.
Can you see me flipping through the screen?
I can. I can
Okay,
hear you.
great.
I can see you. The screen is good, full screen. It's good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a
Hi,
David.
John.
You can see and hear me?
I can see and hear you, and your logo is in the correct spot, and you are good.
Okay.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Yeah, hi, David. I'll test my screen as well, if that's okay.
Oh, hi, Ed. Sure, please do.
Hmm.
Okay, we can see it. It's full screen. It looks good, Ed.
Excellent.
Okay.
Go back and stop share. Okay,
There we go. Okay, and we'll call you when your items comes up.
thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Katrina.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, and I can see you. And
All right.
your logo's in the right spot. You're good to go.
All right, thank you. See you
Okay,
soon.
see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
What happened to you?
I don't know.
Oh, I can hear you. I saw you briefly.
Hold on. I'm going to try to come back in. 1 second.
Okay.
I saw Stacy when she was just there.
Yeah, I did too, but then she disappeared.
Hey, David.
Okay, Stacy, there you go.
You
We
see
got
me?
you, but you're,
We
yeah.
good?
You,
Is it
everything's good except
flipped?
your logo. You want to flip it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Will do. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think we're almost ready to go.
David, does this background look okay or am I still backwards?
Let me see. I think it's still backwards.
1 second. Should do it. All right.
There you go. That's good.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Hello, Chair. We are,
Evening.
it's 6:30. We are live. We are all on streaming social media sites and cable channel 10. We are good to go. Whenever you'd like to call the meeting, we're good.
Excellent. Thank you, David. With that, I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. It is Thursday, August 5th. It is 6:30 p.m. And let me give you some information you've never heard before. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this Planning Commission meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting planning commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833 with a meeting ID of 820-611-83223 and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you are having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. With that, let's move on to item 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Alkire, would you be so kind as to lead us?
Certainly. All right, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jennifer. David, item 3, would you please call the roll?
Good evening, commissioners. Tonight, we will be showing Commissioner Carvalero will be absent from our meeting tonight. That is due to Ethics Code Section 5.6. He will be excused from the entire meeting. All roll call votes will reflect that. Commissioner Vincent,
Here.
Commissioner Thomas,
Here.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Here.
Commissioner Dutta.
Here.
Vice Chair Jones,
Here.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you, David. Item 4, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move
Thank
to
you,
approve
Vice
the
Chair
agenda.
Jones. Do we have a second? Thank you,
I'll second.
Commissioner Lombardi. David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
and the agenda is approved as presented for August 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Item 5, approval of the minutes. These are the minutes from the July 29th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
Chair,
Yes?
staff is requesting a continuance of these.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Thank you.
Due
Continue.
to the overlap of the special meeting, so we had to postpone those.
Thank you. I was having a brain, yeah. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't even see the minutes.
Those will be
Thank you.
back, be brought back on August 19th.
Okay, so this item is continued. My bad. Thank you very much, David. All right, then let's move on to item 6, public comment. At this time, the public is invited to speak to the Planning Commission on items that you wish brought before us. You have 3 minutes to speak. David, do we have public?
Chair, I received no public comment for the general section of this agenda part. If there is anybody on the platform with us that would like to speak on a general information item only, please star 9 for me at this time, and we can give you an opportunity to speak. And Chair, it looks like we're all clear for this public hearing item.
Okay, then let's move on to item 7, Director's Report. Mr. Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair. John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. I have 2 items to talk about. The first one is we had intended to take our post-pandemic action plan to the City Council on Monday night. Several council members had a lot of questions and wanted additional information. So we pulled the item from the meeting schedule so we could do that research for them. They also indicated they thought it would be good to have some community meetings prior to their discussion of the item. So we will be scheduling a couple of Zoom community meetings on the subject shortly. And again, the subject is, how does the city want to handle all the outdoor activities that have been temporarily allowed during the pandemic? Once the pandemic is over with, how do we want to handle the public rights of way and that type of thing? The second item was at a previous planning commission, commissioners asked for a little bit of an update on the approval process for EPLP and catch. So I can provide a quick update on that. So EPLP was approved at a director's hearing for both the outdoor rooftop area as well as the alcohol service. And that was all approved back in 2014. Catch, the restaurant portion of it was approved at a staff level. However, the alcohol service was bumped up to a planning commission review and was reviewed at the planning commission and approved by the planning commission in 2015. The follow-up on that was whether or not we have had any code compliance issues with them in the past year, either one of them. So I did check with our code compliance division. There have been 12 complaints filed on EPLP. When code compliance has gone to take a look at them, most of those have been due to loud voices from customers at the restaurant, and voices are not considered a noise violation. And then at Catch, there have been a couple of calls to them regarding catch in the last year. I also asked code compliance if that would be considered normal for restaurants, that range of compliance items. And they said for restaurants adjacent to residential, this is kind of within a normal range of complaints that they receive for restaurants adjacent to residential areas. So I hope that provides the information some of the commissioners had asked for. If not, please let me know. Otherwise, that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you, John. Is there any questions for our director? Okay, there being none, let's move on to item 8, items from commissioners. Do we have any items? Is that a hand, Vice Chair?
It is.
Jones? Okay.
It is. Thank you. Before I forget, I just wanted to remind myself and ask Robin Eason if we can get an update at our next meeting about the property status of the project at the property at Doheny and Santa Monica, that corner property. If you don't, and I don't expect you to have an answer tonight, but I'm just curious about progress of that project and if it's moving forward. That's all.
Are you talking about the Melrose Triangle project? The one that—
Not Melrose Triangle, the project on the northeast corner that is proposed to be a small hotel with a restaurant on the ground floor.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, there are no other items from commissioners. We'll move on to item 9, the consent calendar. There is none. So we will move on to item 10, public hearings. This is 10A, is at 1301 and 1307 North Fairfax and 7909 Fountain Avenue. It is to demolish 3 residential structures, combine the properties and build a 17-unit apartment building with 80 bedrooms, including 3 affordable units. And so for the public's knowledge about how this will proceed, we will first receive a staff report, after which there will be questions from commissioners. And as part of each, as the beginning of that, I would ask that each of the commissioners deliver any disclosures that you need to deliver at the beginning. Then following the questions from commissioners to staff, we will open the public hearing and the applicant will have 10 minutes to make a presentation, followed by questions to the applicant and the developer, and the architect and developer for the applicant. Then that will be followed by the design review report. And following that, there will be public comment, at which time the public will be invited to speak and they will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Following that, the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal period. And then there will be any additional questions from commissioners. Following that, we will have deliberations and any proposed amendments to any resolutions, et cetera, and the final vote. So that's the order of business. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adrian Gallo. He is going to give us our staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Let me set up 1 minute, please. Great. Good evening, Chair Hoopengarner, members of the Commission. I'm Adrian Gaia with the Current Planning Division. On the screen is an aerial overview of the subject property, which is located at the northwest corner of Fountain and Fairfax Avenue. The site consists of 3 contiguous lots, each property containing a single-family dwelling. This portion of Fairfax Avenue north of Santa Monica is developed with a wide variety of uses, including a number of multifamily residential buildings, a post office, 2 churches, and an elementary school. The proposal is a request to demolish the existing buildings on 3 parcels of land and construct a new 5-story, 17-unit apartment building with 80 bedrooms over 2 levels of subterranean parking. A total of 40 parking spaces are proposed within a fully subterranean parking garage. The proposed building is designed to utilize the state's density bonus law and includes 3 units of affordable housing. By providing these units, the project is eligible for a 35% density bonus and 3 concessions. A new housing model is being proposed as part of the project in the form of group housing or co-living. Co-living spaces bring together a group of people, likely strangers, in a shared space. The co-living units would have private bedrooms and bathrooms, but would have shared kitchen, living, dining, and laundry spaces. Basic housekeeping necessities and supplies are restocked by a housekeeping staff and are included in the rent along with utilities and maintenance. For this project, there are a total of 5 4-bedroom units and 12 5-bedroom units. The project will be requesting multiple concessions and waivers afforded to the applicant through the density bonus provisions. In order to obtain relief from selected development standards, including but not limited to the public right-of-way improvements, driveway, compact parking spaces, backup space configurations, setback reductions, height increases, unit size increases, and common space location, to name a few. As stipulated in state law, a city is obligated to grant a requested concession or waiver unless it finds that the request would cause a specific adverse impact to safety, and for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the impact. While staff is supportive of the majority of these requests, there are 3 for which staff finds a specific adverse impacts to safety exist, and I will go into those in more detail in a moment. It is important to note that there are a total of 12 requested deviations from the zoning regulations, of which 9 are being recommended for approval. The 3 items for which staff recommends denial each presents its own specific adverse impact, but are also viewed in the larger context of the cumulative effect of all of the deviations. One way in and out of a busy street, narrower compact spaces, and a very narrow drive aisle all contribute to an unsafe parking, circulation, and ingress-egress situation. I'll start with the first item that we're looking at, which is soil depth for the sidewalk below along Fountain. As part of the 3rd concession, the applicant is also requesting to provide only 2 feet of soil depth below the sidewalk and above the top of the subterranean garage along Fountain Avenue. The engineering division requires that the easement's vertical bounds are a minimum of 3 feet below the surface to allow for utility infrastructure and to repair the sidewalk without damaging the top of the subterranean garage. Therefore, a 2-foot cover would not work because it leaves only 1 foot to install all the utilities, which requires a minimum of 6 inches vertical clearance between the sewer lateral and a water line, for instance, or streetlight conduit. Therefore, Public Works cannot compromise on the 3-foot requirement as the minimum cover above the shallowest structure under the ground. In addition, the depth of the sidewalk in the right-of-way is a determination that is solely within the purview of the engineers in the Public Works Department and cannot be reduced through an affordable housing concession. The applicant has submitted an updated plan recently accommodating a 3-foot depth requirement by Public Works. In order to do so, they're proposing to reduce the clear height over the front 3 feet of the row of compact spaces at the -1 parking level, which is the area that's circled in the diagram. Staff recommends approval of this scheme with the condition that it maintain the 7-foot height free and clear of any obstructions and only for a maximum width of 3 foot 6 inches to maintain necessary vehicle clearances. Alternatively, the applicant could provide a larger area of 7-foot minimum clearance if they agree to provide a parking attendant to move cars around as needed if a larger vehicle enters the garage. The applicant is also requesting a relief from the 26 feet required for the backup distance in the parking garage drive out to a minimum width of 20 feet in some areas and 23 feet in others. In this case, the proposed design for the stall width range from 8 feet to 9 feet, in many cases adjacent to columns, and preclude turning the wheel before entirely out of the stall when backing out. This waiver request would have a specific adverse impact upon the health and safety of the occupants within the building, as the backup spaces are inadequate and will require an unreasonable number of maneuvers and making it significantly difficult in negotiating and entering and exiting the parking. The third item is the subterranean parking structure. It's proposed with 40 spaces accessed from a single entry driveway ramp at the north corner portion of the project site. The applicant is requesting relief from the minimum driveway width. The development standards require that parking space counts which exceed 26 spaces must be accommodated with a minimum driveway width of 18 feet. The current design proposes a driveway ramp width of approximately 14.6 down to 13.6, which is a one-way configuration. Cars cannot enter and exit side by side. This waiver request would have a specific adverse impact upon the health and safety of the occupants within the building and traffic along Fountain Avenue. With such a width, staff has a concern that cars waiting to enter the site might encounter a conflict with those exiting up the driveway ramp at the same time, resulting in the cars entering, stopping, reversing, and backing out blindly onto Fairfax Avenue, which is a major highway. The staff would consider alternative designs that would result in safe entry and exit that would not necessitate a full 18-foot width for the full length of the driveway, as long as adequate measures and devices are in place. At this point, I'd like to ask Rick Abramson, the city architect, to speak about the project design.
Thank you, Adrian. So this parcel is on the northwest corner of Fountain and Fairfax. It's a very challenging site, and you know, not only because it's at a prime intersection, as Adrian was just saying, but the perimeter conditions make it very, very challenging to design. There's not a lot of margin for error. Along Fairfax, there's a storm drain system, a fire hydrant, a street tree, a bike lane that's merging into a right turn lane right at Fairfax. So there's quite a bit going on in conjunction with the entry and exit into this project. So I think staff has been working with the applicant to address some of these considerations. As you turn the corner on Fountain Avenue, that is also a continuous red curbed area where traffic is merging, where flow that turns right heading southwest onto Fountain is merging into the regular traffic lanes. So there's no parking at all in and around this site. It's entirely red curbed for the most part. The building itself is situated as a single block. It has articulation through projecting bay windows or other types of projections. Certain facades have balcony or other treatments as well. And then the rooftop has some trellises as well as accommodation for solar panels. The project had an existing curb cut on on Fairfax. It's proposed to be closed and moved further north to where the current access is. When the project went to the design review subcommittee, there was some urging of the applicant to reconsider the parkway and public way along Fountain. They've done so, and so what's before you tonight is a refinement from what was presented at design review along the Fountain side. There was also some suggestions about window treatments. We encouraged the applicant to, especially in the bay window areas, enlargen the window openings, especially allow for operability to bring more fresh air into the units. Also, one of the commissioners suggested Juliet balconies and doors that can open, and those were integrated by the applicant as well. The challenge from an architectural standpoint on the interiors is that there's a series of very tightly compressed and compact units with the 4 or 5 bedroom bath pods. The living areas, kitchen living areas are very small and compact. And there isn't a lot of integration of support spaces and storage spaces in a building that you might expect, you know, areas for housekeeping, delivery, drop off, other needs that a building with this many occupants would normally have. And as Adrian just mentioned, the intent is to provide housekeeping services from outside, from the operator. So how that would be integrated would be useful to hear more from the applicant on that basis. You know, the parking has been raised. There were a number of challenges that we've been working with the applicant on that. From the environmental responsiveness standpoint, as you know, we've been really trying to emphasize implementing some of the city's climate action goals. And so the south face of this building contains a rain screen, which is wood siding, a very effective treatment for south-facing exposures, and I think works really well. The west and north exposures are primarily stucco and not as articulated, and probably would require much more maintenance and have less sort of positive effect from an environmental standpoint. The site itself is almost entirely over parking slab. In these situations, we encourage sort of creative ways to handle not only stormwater, but also addressing the ecosystem. There are 5 mature trees that are going to be removed as part of this project. The applicant is proposing an additional street tree along Fountain, as well as new required street trees along Fountain, which I think is a good thing. The stormwater is handled on the west side in what is the rear yard as part of a raised lid planter strategy. I think overall, the idea of compact living from a design perspective is very worth exploring. I think it would be attractive to a certain segment of renters in the city, but with any type of, you know, new type of shared situations, you know, from an architectural perspective, we just want to make sure it was thoughtfully worked out and all the support spaces and everything needed to make it highly function well were thought about. And so, you know, I think from our perspective, where the design itself may meet the majority of the minimum development standards, there are some areas that do appear to be lacking and could use greater resolution to make it a very successful project. With that, I'll turn it back over to Adrian, and happy to address questions.
Thanks, Rick. This project will provide 17 units, including 3 on-site affordable units, and an increase of 14 housing units to the city's housing stock. The project meets the minimum development standards, and where it does not, it has been conditioned to comply. All requirements of the municipal code and general plan have been met, and the project is compatible with the diverse nature of the existing neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the project. Thank you. I'm available for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Adrian. At this time, I'd like to ask if any of the commissioners have any disclosures to make. Vice Chair Jones.
Thank you. Yes, I did have a Zoom meeting with the applicant's representative, or the applicant and the property owners a few days ago, and we discussed items contained in the staff reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
I would like to note the same as Vice Chair Jones. I also had a Zoom meeting with the applicant and we discussed matters contained within the staff report. Also, just for clarification, I'd like to note that our discussion was before the additional correspondence that came in and prior to anything that was contained within that. That was only matters within the staff report. I just think it's important to make that clarification.
Thank you. Any other disclosures, Commissioner Dutta?
I too had a Zoom meeting with the applicant and discussed matters that were on the staff report, and similarly, this took place prior to any additional correspondence that came in the last day.
Commissioner Thomas?
I had a Zoom meeting with the applicant on Tuesday, and everything we discussed were items included in the staff report.
Commissioner Vinson?
I drove by the site.
Okay. I too visited the site, and I will note for the public that there were a substantial number of additional supplemental submissions from the public as well as the applicant, some of which came in even late today. Those are available on the website if you haven't already seen them, but they are not part of the staff report. And I, for one, have not had the opportunity to review all of them. They came in much too late, I'm afraid. So with that, let's move on to questions of staff. Do we have at this time questions from staff? Commissioner Lombardi.
He's muted.
You're on mute.
So sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Apologies if I jump around here a little bit. I'm trying to get organized, but there's a lot of content here. So let me just get a couple questions out there and I'll raise my hand if I have more, and I'll try to keep this as linear as possible. I think first question for staff, I just wanted to note on the staff report, I think it was page 3 of 21, there is a note about potential negative impacts related to this project, including traffic. And it noted that there would be no significant side effects, but also I think described the project as a 17 unit project. So I'm just curious your take on that, because that's something that concerns me.
Commissioner Lombardi, you're referring to the environmental review section of the report?
Yes, on page 3 of the staff report.
Okay.
Item D, under environmental review.
Okay.
Net increase of 14 units that remains consistent with the density allowed in the zoning districts. Maybe you could just kind of clarify, as we see how the project is now, it seems like the density is maybe a little bit higher than is typical of a 14 unit building, or additional 14 units, 17 total.
So we're treating them as units, even though they have multiple bedrooms and have different occupants. So we're not seeing them as more than 14 or more than 17 units as the project is designed. So the concern you have is that whether or not we would see it differently?
Yes, and I guess I just wanted to kind of call attention to that item there, that there's a little bit of nuance to it beyond maybe what's just in the staff report.
Can I jump in really fast? I just want to draw your attention to further down in the CEQA analysis section. It's actually on page 5. We kind of addressed that a little bit, where it is a higher level of intensity than a typical 17 unit multifamily building. But given that where our thresholds are for the infill exemption, we felt that it was there was no evidence of having a significant impact, even if we address it in that way.
Thank you. Another question I have is the fire department reviewed these plans, and is there any assessment of the situation with being on a corner of 2 busy streets?
Yes, as part of the review of the application, we route plans to our contact at the fire department, and the comments they provided were provided to the applicant, and they met the requirements that they set forward. The main one was to have the 5-foot clearance around the perimeter of the property, and they maintained that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to just go through a couple of items included in the staff report with regards to, in particular, some of the waivers. Requested waiver for drive aisle width waiver. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that everyone here is understanding this too. So the concern is the amount of distance when cars are backing up within the drive aisles, correct?
Yes.
And staff's recommendation is that this needs to be reevaluated.
Correct. We'd redesign
Thank
to
you.
meet our minimum standards.
Okay. And then likewise for the driving ramp as noted in the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously there's a lot of waivers here, so I'm just going to ask, is this typical of what you would see of a 17 unit building? Or does this seem to be significantly more waivers than you would typically see?
It's more than normal for a housing project. With the density bonus law, developers can ask for unlimited waivers. This is one where they're asking for there are 12 deviations, and so that's a high number for us.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions just about how everything's being defined here. So there are 3 affordable units on the property.
Yes.
Okay, and I realize this is getting into a little bit of maybe technicals in terms of how the agreements would be, but there are multiple bedrooms in these units. So would these units be offered to the city as affordable units in individual leases per bedroom?
Adrian, I can jump in here.
Yeah, perfect. I was going to defer to you.
Great. Yeah. So Allison Bartle, I'm the project development administrator. I work with rent stabilization and housing and also with community services. So we've never done a co-living project. And so as you can see within the staff report, our zoning code doesn't currently define a lot of these things. And so we are going to first reach out to the folks that are on our existing inclusionary housing list, let them know about this product type. The way that our list works is that you can turn down, you can say no to a unit. In this co-living situation, you can say no twice before you're moved to inactive. With this co-living product, because we don't know of demand, we're gonna make this one where they don't get a strike if they say no. If there's no demand on our existing list, we are gonna have a lottery. And so we're gonna advertise it. It'll be a place-based lottery, and we'll be letting applicants know what this is and that they would have a co-living unit just like the market rate tenants do. And we're hoping that there would be demand for this.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That makes me kind of think of another question. So let's say someone moves in and they want to adjust their situation because perhaps it's not as they expected, and this is a little bit of an unusual or less common setup. What would the measures be in place for someone in that situation?
I mean, they are signing a lease. And so they there's a lot of hand-holding and a lot of conversations about what that lease entails. But just like a market rate tenant, if it doesn't work out, we would need to be working with these tenants to get them rehoused.
Okay. And so is it clear at this time if they would be individual leases per bedroom, or if there would be some sort of different arrangement in this case?
It would be individual leases.
Okay. Okay. And would these be categorized somehow differently than a typical 1-bedroom, since it doesn't come with its own kitchen and living space?
Yeah, we've set it to be 70% of a studio. So both the qualifying incomes and the rents are 70%. And our hope is to try to access a different level of affordability that we don't currently have in our portfolio.
Okay. How would you address the fact that people don't really know who they'd be living with? That could potentially create some safety issues. So I mean, is it just random at that point? Like there's not a lot of control, or is there any discussion about how arrangements might be set up so that there's not as much of an unknown, because you are sharing kitchen and living space with someone in this type of setup?
Yeah, we understand that there's going to have to be a lot of outreach with this lease up, and I think that's true also on the market side. So both on the market and the inclusionary, and I think maybe later when the developer has a chance to discuss, that can be part of their discussion about how this works, and we'll be working with them on best practices to make sure we can make this effective.
Okay, so we're calling this project co-living. In the municipal code, we have SRO, single residence occupancy, as another type of housing. How would you say these two are different? Because I'm trying to understand what makes this co-living and what is different than the definition of single resident occupancy in our code.
Adrian, I'm going to turn this one back over to you.
Yeah. Jen, do you want to step in on this one?
Sure. You're very astute to see that those definitions are very similar. There's a lot of overlap. What it comes down to is that this project does meet the definition of a multifamily building. And at the end of the day, that is what the applicant is requesting. They're requesting a multifamily building. They're requesting it through the density bonus that is offered in the state. They are not providing a lot of the requirements that would be in the building for an SRO, but we can't dictate what project type someone is coming in with. And while there is overlap in the definition, they applied as a multifamily residential building, and that's how we are obligated to process this. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Jennifer. Those are pretty much the questions I have right now, but I'm going to check through my notes in case I have anything else. So I'll thank you, and I'll allow anyone else who wants to go next and not take too much time here.
Thank you, Commissioner Lombardi. And I'm going to jump in here because I actually wanted to do this at the beginning to make sure that we're all working with the same definitions, because I think the definition of the projects determines what code applies. And I think Mr. Lombardi brought up the primary question. And I appreciate your answer, Jennifer, but I'm a little concerned about the distinction between a multifamily building and an SRO multifamily building. By definition, an SRO is a multifamily building. It's a question of the dwelling configurations. So yes, this is a multifamily building. By definition, if you have more than one unit, it's a multifamily building. So why is this not an SRO? If I read the code here, it says an SRO in our definition section of the code, it says a residential facility providing individual secure rooms for 1 or 2 person households, which may have individual or shared kitchens and bathroom facilities. So how is this not an SRO?
That definition is very broad, and that definition can be applied to a multifamily building. My house there's locks on the doors. I mean, we have a shared kitchen facility. It's not uncommon to have all of those features in a multifamily building. An SRO is more, we envision it less of groups of rooms with shared facilities, like an apartment setup with roommates. And it's more of almost like a hotel, but just with a different type of rental and with shared facilities. There's rooms along a hall. They are all their own piece, and then the rest of it is public versus these shared pods. But like I said, there's a lot of overlap there. I get what you're saying. This is a multifamily building, and I don't know, I think the director would like to add something to that.
Well, I think you did kind of hit on it. I was just going to say that in an SRO, they're all independent rooms, whereas this one, they're grouped, so there's, 4 or 5 bedrooms grouped behind a single door that those individuals all access and have the same access. So that's what makes this different than, what is commonly referred to as SROs, where all the rooms have access to a public hallway. And, so it's just a single room occupancy in a building all by yourself. In this case, you don't have access to your room through a public hallway. Everyone has to enter into a privatized living space that is shared, yes, but shared with a limited number of people. And that limited number of people kind of has to coordinate how they run their lives, since they are coordinating their kitchen facilities. Unlike an SRO, where that doesn't have to happen. In an SRO, you come and go in your room and you don't have to interact with anybody else. In this case, you do more or less have to interact with your pod or your group of people.
Okay, then to follow up with Allison, do these units, many of them, first of all, the size of the bedrooms are smaller than are allowed in an SRO. They're less than the 150 square foot that is in the code for an SRO. Do they qualify for Section 8 vouchers and other subsidized low-income housing?
Yeah, so we've reached out. So HUD has a definition of shared housing, and we're seeking to get some clarity on that from the county. At this point, we don't know, but it's looking like the shared housing definition might align with co-living. In Southern California, with inclusionary housing and Section 8, this is a somewhat new product. So at this point, we don't know, but we've reached out to the county for them to, as you know, we don't have vouchered, we're not a housing authority. And so we rely on the county for the tenant-based and the project-based vouchers. And so they would have the ultimate guidance in terms of if we can use those for this type of product.
And so in point in fact, does the definition of the housing unit require, for example, a dedicated kitchen? Would that be one of the requirements for subsidy?
No. There's a special definition under a shared housing that takes into account like a roommate situation. And so we're seeing if co-living could be, they don't specifically state co-living, but it's also somewhat of a newer product. And so we're reaching out to the county. They might need to reach out to HUD, but hopefully they can have an answer for us. We would love if we could use a tenant-based voucher for this, and if they could bring that to this unit, that would be great.
So if we were to approve this tonight, we don't know if it in fact qualifies for any of these subsidies or vouchers, even though we may approve this for affordable housing, it may not qualify.
Sure. Yeah, many folks on our inclusionary housing list, they don't come with vouchers. Our rents are set such that, it's affordable to them at their incomes. The deeper affordability, sometimes they have a voucher, but, we're not a housing authority. So the timing has to be just right for you to get off of our wait list and to have a voucher that's active to use.
Okay, I don't want to beat this up, but it's rather important if it's not going to qualify. So the question is, the individual unit, have we ever approved anything for affordable housing that doesn't qualify for all the available waivers and vouchers?
Most of the previous projects that, we've approved are more standard unit types. And so given that this is our first co-living project, I would say that the answer to your question is probably yes, all previous projects qualified for Section 8. And this one might too. It's just we need to sort out what shared housing is in HUD's definition, and if in fact a co-living unit is a shared housing unit.
Okay, and just finally on this point, would it then be appropriate to condition this project that the 100% of the affordable would have to be rented before the market rate could be rented?
I mean, it's up to you all. I think that's certainly a condition that could be added.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff at this time? I'm sure we'll be adding more questions later, but for now, let's move on to the applicant's presentation. You will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to share my screen. Just one moment, please. Okay. Hang on a sec. Minor technical difficulties here. Okay. Just one. Bear with me 1 second, if you would, please. Having some technical issues with Zoom, which just decided to go wonky on me. Okay, got it now. Okay. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood. With me, representing the owner, with me is my partner, Jorge Norino, Cortland Studio, our landscape architect, Jeff Hunt of Common, the co-living operator, and the owners. I apologize in advance for having to go at a very rapid pace. There's a lot of ground to cover. The entire team will answer your questions afterwards. Here's the project site, as Adrian showed you. It's the corner of Fountain and Fairfax. Here's one of the challenges that we face. Many years ago, both streets were widened substantially, which removed half of the sidewalk and parkway. Additionally, Fairfax was flared with a very wide radius. This is a 17-unit co-living building. It's really workforce housing. Co-living is inherently more affordable because units have a higher number of bedrooms. That means the need for natural light and ventilation drives the design. The north and south bars you see here are the bedrooms with living areas and balconies in between. At the south, we cut away the 5th floor. This creates a south-facing terrace with common rooms. You see those in blue, and it reduces the scale of the building on Fountain. We further articulate the facades with projecting bays, which increases natural ventilation and gives us facade modulation. Here's our urban plan. As was explained, the driveway and entry are on Fairfax as far from the corner as possible. This keeps the drop-off and pickup areas as far from the corner as possible. With the widened streets, Fairfax has no parkway. It hasn't in decades. There's no way to add one. But on Fountain, we're creating the full 10-foot sidewalk and parkway. It's isolated because the rest of Fountain doesn't work that way. But nonetheless, we can do what we can do. On Fountain, we are running our power lines underground all the way to Fairfax. There are no we're removing a power pole and running underground, so there are no lines going across Fairfax anymore. In the last couple of days, we've modified the design. You've got that in the memorandum. And what that does is it allows us to widen our driveway by removing the fin wall, setting a new series of new columns as shown here. What that means is we have an 18-foot driveway at the top, an 18-foot driveway at the bottom. The new columns will encroach into the 8-foot side yard setback, but they're still 5 feet away from the property line, which is the required setback for a 2-story building or anything on the first floor. Here's the ground floor plan. You can see the entry and lobby in blue. This gives you a little bit of an idea of the co-living units. We'll cover that in a moment. Again, you can see where we are modifying the ramp, driveway. The entry point is 18 feet wide. We have an area for someone to wait while another car's pass. We'll discuss that in a little bit as well. Here's typical co-living unit. Co-living units typically have small bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. I'll be happy to address the SRO question as a question. I don't really have time to do it here in the 10 minutes. This is not an SRO. There are a number of different co-living types. They have a greater or lesser amount of common living areas. The co-living model that we're using here is the only viable one for a residential site in West Hollywood, given the current zoning ordinance. We think the zoning ordinance ought to be modified for that, but right now we're dealing with what we can deal with. co-living units are fully furnished. They come with all utilities, including Wi-Fi. They come with fully furnished with transformable beds that have desks or work tables. They come with a wardrobe dresser unit. In the alcoves off each room, there are also going to be other free.
Mr. Levin, you've gone radio silent.
Just one moment, please.
The time has been paused at 5:57. 5:57
Am I back?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Ed, you have 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Thank you. Here's our typical floor plan. There are 3 units with 5 bedrooms and 1 at 4. We're going to ask you to modify condition 3.2 so the 3 affordables be 4-bedroom units for a total of 12 affordable bedrooms, not 14. We're also going to ask you to strike condition 3.6 regarding the rent as 75% of a studio rent. It doesn't account for the fact that the units are fully furnished and all rents are included. Under the zoning, the city council has not ever reviewed a rent schedule for co-living. We're willing to work with housing. We've tried to work with housing, but this 70% was imposed without any discussion with us. We could have provided 3 one-bedroom, 650 square foot units. We decided not to do that, but we really need to have the city working with us in good faith on this. 5th floor has a common living room, a small WeWork for residents only, and a very large terrace with photovoltaic shade trellises. Sun deck is on the roof. This level has mechanical equipment that's also going to be shaded by photovoltaics. These were added recently. They don't appear in your drawing set, but you'll see them on the next screen. You'll see them here. The photovoltaics give us a lot more power generation, and they also make they reduce the demand of the electrical load by making the condensers more efficient. Here again, you can see the effect of those. I'll go through these fairly quickly. You can see that the rear of the building's been designed as well. This corner, which is in the foreground, we're actually now going to be doing in engineered wood. You'll see that as well. Here's the view of the project. Again, we've got excellent feedback from DRS. We're asking for a 2nd floor waiver, and we're asking to be able to square the corner. Staff supports both of those. Here's our materials palette: engineered wood panel rain screen, cement plaster in 2 shades, mostly light. The darkest at the top. The ground floor is stone and cast in place concrete. This is the view from across Fairfax. Again, you will notice that there are no overhead wires going across Fairfax. This is the view from the southwest. At the left-hand corner, you'll see where we're proposing to make that corner engineered wood. It better expresses the design intent, and it's in the spirit of treating all building facades equally. Here's our landscape. As was pointed out, the light green is our lid planter. It's also sort of a semi-public space, which is accessible to all residents, not just the 2 units, through gates by the driveway and on Fountain. It's technically common open space, but we already have more than the required amount with the terrace at the 5th floor and the roof. This is the 5th floor terrace with perimeter planters. Here's the sun deck at top. Again, we have 3 different outdoor areas. Each one has a different character. We think that's very much in the keeping of a kind of a co-living community where variety is really kind of important. This is the question on public works. We've been able to make this work with the 7-foot clearance. We have no problem maintaining no utilities under the 7 feet. It wouldn't be legal anyway. We have no problem with the 3'6" back. We think it's an excellent solution, and we thank staff for their consideration in recommending approval of this. Parking plans. Here's the -1 plan. Here's the -2 plan, but I'll go to the diagrams. Here are the drive aisle clearance issues that we have. Although we think it's workable as is, we acknowledge there are some real concerns. So per the memo we sent yesterday, we're proposing to make all the parking 24-hour attendant assisted, not just the tandem spaces at -2. We're also proposing to limit vehicle size. We're limiting, we can accommodate mid-size sedans, actually full-size sedans, just not oversized, Mercedes or Maybachs or huge Escalades. We're just not allowing those in the garage at all. We think this is a workable mitigation measure. We've provided revised language for condition 9.15. Again, here, most of these spaces are, most of the tight backup spaces are compacts, but again, we're prepared to go to all attendant parking with assistance. We have 6 tandem spaces, but at half space per unit, we've found that these probably are not going to be used based on the operator's experience. Only 80% of their spaces tend to be used, even at half space per bedroom. Here's what we're proposing to do. This is a diagram of our ramp. It goes down to 14 feet clear, only for a small stretch in the middle. At the
1 minute remaining.
At the bottom, it's 18. At the top, it's 18. And what we're proposing is we've added a waiting lane at the top to avoid conflict. Per yesterday's memo, we're proposing new language to add mirrors and warning lights. This is a typical warning light system. This one's at 826 Kings. And it makes this is only a 10-foot wide two-way driveway using the warning lights. We've got 14. We think that our language 9.16 is a workable mitigation measure. It's here, this is the language, but it's in your packet as well. We don't have to go through this. I won't take the time, but we think that we've responded adequately to the 3 issues that staff flagged in your staff report. And I apologize for going all through that at breakneck speed, but we welcome any questions that you may have at this point.
Thank you. Are there questions of the applicant at this time? Commissioner Dutta.
Can you repeat the couple of things you mentioned about the change in the number of affordable bedrooms, as well as objection to the rent schedule that you had? Because I don't know if that was in any of the documents that we received.
No, the problem that we have is that there is no good model for co-living in terms of affordable rents and affordability. We started about 1.5 years trying to work with staff and planning on this. We really did not get very far, unfortunately. Partly that's just a question that staff doesn't really have a mandate from council to be dealing with all this. Had everyone gotten an earlier start on the housing element, we might have got farther along in those discussions. So it's not a question of blame, but we really did not get to work these things through, even with 1.5 years worth of work. Staff is very busy on all sorts of other things. Housing's got all sorts of other challenges. But the proposal for 70% of a studio rent, this is actually a policy decision, and policy decisions ought to be made by both this commission but also by city council, and this has not gone to city council. Again, we'd like to have that removed, subject to further negotiation with housing. We'd like to negotiate in good faith. Right now, the numbers that they're proposing don't reflect the fact that our units are furnished and come with all utilities. There's no accounting for the value of that we can see. And so we just want an opportunity to be able to negotiate them and not have them dropped on us last Friday without any warning as part of the conditions of approval. It hasn't been approved by council. And it just needs more discussion and more study. And again, we could have provided 3 650 square foot 1-bedroom units. That's the developer's sole option with a building that has a base density between 11 and 20 units, which this does. We want to be able to make the co-living units affordable. We want to be able to do the affordable units as co-living, I should say, but particularly because we're looking at the city proposing extraordinarily low rental rates, what we're asking is that the affordable units be three of the 4 bedrooms rather than 1 4-bedroom and 2 5s. We think that's a pretty reasonable request, given the fact that these are going to be insanely cheap affordable units. These units will be whatever the rent is. They're going to be far cheaper than units that would come with all these sort of amenities and come with a building of this sort. So that's what we're asking for as far as that goes. We just think that when it comes to policy, that council ought to be the one making policy. It shouldn't just arrive in the form of a condition in a planning commission resolution.
Okay, thank you. Another question, looking at the plans, the ramp that leads from the -1 to -2 parking levels, is that also then going to narrow down to that same width as the main ramp that comes from Fairfax down? And
so it's a little bit wider. It's 14.8. Again, we're perfectly fine using the warning light system at that level to control that.
So you're using the warning light system at both.
Correct.
Fairfax level as well as the -1 and -2 levels.
Correct. At both ramps, both the driveway ramp down to -1 and the ramp between -1 and -2.
Okay. And then my last question is looking at the renderings. It appears that there are red curbs kind of completely surrounding the property. I know that Rick Abramson had mentioned that as well, but I know that you had mentioned looking at pickup and drop off locations. Where are those envisioned at all here, given the red curbs that are, and given the fact there's a fire hydrant right there near the intersection of Fairfax and Tottenham as well on the.
Well, yeah, we don't think that anybody should be stopping within proximity of that fire hydrant, and so the red curb will certainly be extended to the required distance from the fire hydrant. We'd like to make the rest of that curb between that and our driveway into a white loading curb rather than a red curb. Just have a 5-minute loading limit at that point. We think that's pretty reasonable. There's already a parking space there nearby where that tree is. That's about where the red curb ends at the moment. We think that's pretty reasonable. That would prevent people from stopping in front of our driveway or our neighbor's driveway.
Okay, and I would just be curious to hear staff's opinion on that as well. That's the last question I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. So what made this project eligible for the 50% density bonus was because of the 3 units of affordable housing and the indication that a certain number of them were very low income. So with this new information, I'm wondering how this impacts the eligibility of the density bonuses if we're changing the number of affordable units, because isn't that going to be contingent on the number of very low income? I don't know if that's a staff question or an applicant question, but this is a lot of information to take in like on the spot, but changing that number impacts the density bonus law and what the applicant is eligible for. So
in fact, it's an excellent question. In fact, the density bonus is based on the units, not the number of bedrooms. As I said, we would qualify for the density bonus, same density bonus, if we provided 3 1-bedroom units here.
I understand. Okay, but based on the state law, if you provide more than 15% based on very low, that is what made this project eligible for the 50% density bonus. And so you're still proposing to have the same number of very low income units is what you're saying?
Yes, we're just asking to have them be 4-bedroom units instead of 5-bedroom units. In fact, we're not utilizing the full 50% density bonus. We could have. That would have allowed 18 units. We filed this, so we could have amended it. We filed this under the 35%, but so theoretically we could have gotten an 18th unit, but it just not practical.
Thank you. I understand that now. I just have a few more questions. One of which is the staff report mentions that co-living borrows from and resembles other typologies such as lodging houses and dormitories, hostels, and hotels, each of which are short-term living scenarios. In an effort to differentiate this for members of the public who might think of this like an extended stay, how long is your average residency and lease term?
Well, the lease term is 1 year. I mean, we conform with all of the West Hollywood standards for leases, so they'll be 1-year leases. How long people tend to stay in these things, that's a question that I'd be happy to refer to Jeff Hunt of Common, but they find that people tend to stay sometime between 9 to 10 months, depending upon whether they have a shorter lease term. Some of their leases they do are 9, and 2 to 3 years. They do have some people that stay for a number of years in buildings like this, but we're conforming to all of West Hollywood. This is not short-term rentals. These are leases.
No, I understand. Thank you.
And yes, co-living was derived from some of those typologies that you mentioned, but it's really substantially different from those. And one thing that I'd really encourage is that, and we'd be more than happy to participate in it, is a study session on these, or even a symposium on these alternative unit types, alternative housing types, because right now, what we run into the entire way is that our zoning ordinance is not at all set up to do this. For example, as a thought experiment, if you take the northeast corner unit and the northwest corner unit, each of which has 5 bedrooms, each of which has its own kitchen, and there's a wall separating that. If you could imagine removing the wall between the two of them, you could have a 10-bedroom unit with a cluster of 5 at the north, 5 at the south, and a very large living space. That would be another possible model for co-living, but it's completely illegal under our zoning ordinance because you'd have a 2,500 square foot unit, which would be way out of the max average unit size for R4. So there's a lot that we need to do to adjust our zoning ordinance for these new types. And it's a great discussion that I hope that we'll be able to participate in at some point. We're not going to resolve that tonight.
Okay, and I just have one final question. I didn't see any mention of pets in the materials provided. West Hollywood is a high pet guardianship city. Would residents be allowed to have pets?
That's an interesting question. We have not discussed it with the owner. I don't see why not. There's plenty of outdoor space. We could configure part of that sun deck as a mini dog park. I mean, I don't see any reason why not.
We could have Common respond to that.
Sure.
Hey guys, Jeff Hunt here from Common. A lot of our buildings do not allow pets, and a lot of that's because we're in urban areas and because of being in shared spaces with the roommates. We find it a lot easier just to not allow pets. But certain buildings that make sense, that have better dog amenities, pet amenities, it's something we could definitely look at.
That's it, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the applicant at this time? then I will ask a few here. My first questions are for the architect. For the housekeeping services for the 80 bedrooms, where are all of the supplies, the vacuum cleaners, the mops, the cleaning supplies, et cetera? Where is that all being staged and stored?
Again, I'm going to refer that one to Jeff Hunt of Common.
Hi again. So generally our housekeepers are, they're all outsourced. So we have some companies we work with across the US. So a lot of them come, either with a cleaning cart, or they just keep one on site. And this is the kind of standard cleaning cart you would see with a vacuum, mop, et cetera. And those store very easily in cleaning closets. And then obviously all the supplies on top of that are brought with them. And so not much is actually stored on site. So we haven't found a huge need for like a cleaning closet, so to speak. Instead, it's more around trash and package delivery.
Okay, because I think I didn't see anything in any space on the plans that would accommodate that. So that was my question. So are there separate thermostats for each unit, for each bedroom?
Yes, we're using a multi-zone system. Each unit has its own fan coil and its own thermostat control.
Each unit or each
bedroom?
bedroom?
My apologies. Each bedroom has its own.
Okay. And what about the common area? Who controls that thermostat?
There's a common thermostat for that area. So as with any shared situation, that gets negotiated, but you get to control your own bedroom.
Okay. And where are the restrooms and break room facilities for the 24-hour staff?
We are not currently showing one. We can certainly find space for that in the parking level, one of the two parking levels.
Because one would think if one's got a 24-hour concierge, they might need to go to the loo from time to time.
We're happy to incorporate that. Okay.
So as currently configured, the entire front of this building is a red zone. And it's a right turn lane with a bike lane, with 80 bedrooms, 80 to 100 people. That's a lot of delivery vehicles. That's a lot of UPS, Amazon, FedEx, Grubhub, Ubers, all the ride shares. Where do you propose that those all arrive, park, walk in, drop off, deliver, etc.?
Frankly, on the street, the same as any residential neighborhood here. In fact, the fact that Fairfax is so wide and does have that right turn lane means that there's likely to be far less conflict than I have sitting here on Harper, where either an Amazon truck or a garbage truck blocks the entire street in both directions. That cannot happen here. So as I said, we would ask that there be a small loading zone in front of the building, but otherwise it is just the same issue as every other residential property in this city. In fact, because it's on a wide street, because it's on what's largely a commercial street farther down, they will tend to be less blockage of the street with those vehicles than there is in most residential streets in the city.
Okay, interesting. Those are residential streets. This is a major thoroughfare. But okay, my next questions are for the developer. How will parking be allocated? There's 80 units, potentially 100 people, 40 parking spaces. Are these spaces assigned to a unit? Is it separately purchased? How is that managed?
I'm not, I know we have our developer on here. They will be separate.
So you will be purchasing a parking space separate and above your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is in keeping with the city's encouragement of decoupling housing and parking.
Okay. dispute resolution. How is that managed?
I'm not sure. You mean within a unit?
If someone starts stealing your yogurt and there's a dispute, how is that managed?
I'll refer that again to Jeff Hunt of Common.
Hi there, Jeff here again. Great question. Obviously, this comes up quite a bit, and we have a couple ways really to deal with dispute resolution. First, when folks, sign up to live in a common building, we educate them on what co-living is. And we don't want to, obviously show them, listen, this is what the scenario is going to be. You're going to live with roommates, and so you have to abide by the same rules as everybody else. We obviously mitigate a lot of these conflicts with the services we provide, from weekly cleaning to providing all of the the silverware and things like that in the actual units, which is obviously a big point of contention with a lot of folks. We have member services, so if anything comes up, member services is basically a click away or a call away. They resolve any disputes. And if worse comes to worse, if someone can't live, we'll transfer someone for free to another unit or even another building within the common network. And so we actually find that between those kind of 4 steps, we deal with a lot of the complaints that come in. We'd also be surprised at the amount of complaints that we see. It's very low in general. Even though folks are essentially living in shared units, we found most people enjoy living together, and it's rare, especially when they're in some of the larger units, that conflict even arises. Believe it or not, some of the smaller unit co-living buildings, like people try to do a 2-bedroom, even sometimes 3 bedrooms, have more conflicts than the 4s, 5s, and 6-bedroom units.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk security and screening of potential residents. What level of screening do you do? And for example, are you screening for registered sex offenders? And what are your guidelines regarding providing leases to people with those histories?
Do you want me to take this one, or do you want?
Yeah, I'm not. Yes, please.
Happy to do this one. So all common renters go through a full background check. So everybody goes through the same screening process. Obviously, if someone's a registered sex offender, has a criminal past, that's going to be addressed 100%. To my knowledge, that would probably be a disqualifying factor for a common building. So we're going to make sure everybody is very safe, is appropriately living in that building, and obviously we're going to not let any shady folks in there, of course. Things do come up, obviously, conflicts arise. Someone might steal your yogurt, I guess, but in that case, you go back to the conflict resolution framework that I've laid out. A lot of times it can be addressed with simple conversation, or worst case, we talk to the member services, and someone might get moved, and or maybe they get a warning before they would get asked to move out, if it's something that's that bad.
Okay, thank you. Last but not least, do you have any existing co-living buildings that include affordable housing in Los Angeles?
Yes, we do. I would say I can't name all of them off the top of my head, but most of them do have affordable housing. With co-living, it's just like any other multifamily. There's going to be a percentage that's going to be affordable, that's required by the city or the municipality, and we do that. We even have an in-house compliance team that can file for Section 8 vouchers. That works with folks like Allison at the city to make sure these folks are getting placed in our units. Obviously, when it comes to offering affordable housing to folks or picking roommates, there's fair housing laws where we can't discriminate. So we just treat everybody equally. And so if someone has a Section 8 voucher, they're going to get placed just the same as someone who comes in to rent a traditional co-living unit. And yes, we do a lot of affordable. We even have a product called NOAA that's basically targeted at affordable workforce housing. And so you would look at a market like the Valley, which has more garden office or garden apartment buildings. It might be like a B-class building. We actually have products that are targeted to those buildings that allow folks access to more affordable housing.
Okay.
That's a big part of our business plan.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions of the applicant at this time, we will open it to public comment.
I have a question.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Commissioner Benson.
Yeah, so
I believe
you're on mute.
sorry about that. So you were mentioning a loading zone. Can you point out on where you foresee putting that?
Oh, my apologies. I sort of kicked back off the screen share. It would be, I'm sorry? Yeah, it would be here right about where you see this tree.
Okay, so that would be right where everyone needs to pull to turn, make a right turn. So that would be blocking people from making a right turn onto.
There are, if someone is coming out at the same time, that's conceivable. We also have a staging area right here, which is what allows cars to wait while other cars are going down. We're using that also to stage our trash pickup. This is actually the first project we know where Public Works has asked us to stage trash on site rather than out in the street. And that staging area could also be used on a temporary basis for loading for deliveries.
Okay. And another question I have is I noticed on most of your floor plans, let's say the second floor and up, the unit, what number is this? Unit like 202, you have the front door swinging into another door swing, which is the door for the laundry. I believe that's the door for the laundry.
Yeah, it's not. There's double doors for the laundry, and the one in front of the washer can be opened completely at any time. The other one's really just for convenience for storage. It's not going to be used very often.
Okay. There was another place.
That occurs on 2 units or on the floors.
Yeah, on each floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions.
I have a few questions as well.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you, Chair Garner. So I guess I'd like to address a couple of these questions to Jeff Hunt. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding some of this. You noted that 1-year leases will be offered. Is that correct?
Yeah, so common actually depends on the building and what the developer or owner prefers, but we have leases all the way down to 3 months. Sometimes if we do a shorter term lease, we charge what's called a flex fee, obviously, because if somebody wants to move out, we want to give them the flexibility to do that. But on average, our leases are about 12 months. I mean, it's just kind of where it all shakes out, and that's the term we see. But yeah, to Ed's point, we have folks who've lived in our buildings for several years. A lot of them, and because we give them the flexibility to move to our different products, we have folks moving, from a co-living unit to maybe a 1-bedroom unit. Now we have a product that accommodates small families, and so they're moving into these small family units. And so it is, on average, it's about a year, but it really just depends on the folks. And as we're staying open longer, obviously that term is growing kind of by the year.
Yeah, and as I said, we will conform with West Hollywood with a minimum of 1-year lease for this building.
Yeah. That was going to be my next question. I was hearing less than 1 year, and looking at your website, it looks like you do offer shorter leases. So to ask the question again, what are you planning to offer here for this project?
So it's 12-month leases for this project. I was just saying on Common's behalf, in general, we do shorter term, but like I said, it's dictated by the developer and the municipality. So it would be 12-month leases here.
Perhaps if staff doesn't mind just confirming, is it 1 year is the minimum lease term, or was it 6 months in the city of West Hollywood?
It's 1 year minimum, and that is one of the conditions of approval.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So a question I have, micro units are sometimes infamous for being Airbnbs, which is not allowed in the city of West Hollywood. So how are you planning to be proactive about handling that? I understand that Airbnbs wouldn't necessarily, or similar scenarios wouldn't necessarily be allowed to be posted, but there's other ways that they could potentially be more discreetly advertised, maybe not noting that they're actually in the city of West Hollywood. So how are you going to handle that for this project and make sure that you're in compliance?
I'll have Jeff jump in on this, but frankly, that's a lot tougher with a shared living space. With micro units, you can always have somebody come and go. As with an SRO, it's got a door onto its own hallway. Something like this where it's shared would be pretty difficult, but I'll let Jeff respond to that.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, with the co-living situation, it's very hard to sublet your apartment as an Airbnb, so to speak. And so there's this no tolerance policy at Common. You're not allowed to do it. If we catch you doing it or you are trying to do it, obviously you're going to get in trouble and you're going to get asked to leave, most likely. Also, with the way our buildings operate, you check in with your phone, usually with an app, with we use a company called Latch generally. And that would be really hard to transfer those keys to a new, to a renter, an Airbnb guest, things like that. So the mechanics of it just are not, they're not conducive to renting out in an Airbnb style. You're the tenant, you have, the one key, and that's kind of how it goes. So that's just likely not going to be an issue with this building.
Is that something that's written into your lease agreement?
Again, so we actually don't use lease agreements. We use membership agreements essentially. And yeah, that's part of it. You cannot sublet your apartment, period.
Okay, you cannot sublet in any form, and that's part of your membership agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. There was an offer for 24-hour tenant assistant parking, which seems like it would be much needed in this scenario. Who would be handling this?
Basically, it goes through the concierge. If it turns out that the concierge is not able to handle that, then at peak hours, they would bring in someone else. The developer would bring in someone else.
So building upon that question, would you consider a dedicated valet, given that there's a lot of tasks that may need to occur in this property, whether it be packages being received, guests, any number of things that could be going on all in the midst of two people trying to get their car at the same time and someone coming in?
Well, yeah, the concierge has the ability to accept packages. We have that stations at the front. Honestly, we're happy to have a 24-hour tenant parking, but that does not necessarily translate as valet. There's going to be a valet drop-off area where you'll, get your car brought to you. You'll get assistance moving your car into the drive aisle, at which point you can, navigate the rest of the way yourself. Honestly, if I were living in here, I'd probably never ask for assistance, simply because I would not have a problem parking in here. Other people, depending upon the size of their car, depending upon the situation, depending upon the particular space, it's basically on demand, and it can be done through the phone, through an app-based system there. As I said, if we need that, if we need a dedicated a parking attendant, either full-time or part-time, that's going to be just part of the condition of approval. In order to meet that condition of approval, we will have to provide that. Okay. How much demand there will be for that, we don't yet know.
Okay. I heard 80% of tenants' spaces are typically used when kind of looking at other properties. So 80 bedrooms, so that equals 64 spots, right? And we have 40 spots.
No, I'm sorry, I did not explain that well. Again, I had to go through that at about 90 miles an hour. The parking is 0.5 per bedroom.
I understand.
Again, I'll have Jeff jump in, but if there are other bedrooms that are parked at 0.5 per bedroom, they're only getting 80% utilization. In other words, they're effectively getting 40.4 or 0.425 per bedroom as the utilization. Not 80%.
So maybe this is a question for Jeff Hunt.
I'd be happy to have him jump in there.
Yeah, so good question. So the 80% number is basically the utilization of all of our available parking spaces, across all of our buildings. And so basically what that says is, whether the building is 50% parked or 30% parked or 70% parked, our tenants use 80% of those. And then LA, that's very unique because LA is a hard city to find parking in, and most parking situations are 100%. What that tells you is that our demographic, and our renters are younger, they're more price sensitive, and they're really, just a lot of them don't drive, quite frankly. A lot of them use public transit, bikes, live in a much smaller radius than other folks in LA who may commute to work. It just basically says that there's a lower parking requirement for these types of buildings because people are just driving less and staying local.
Just to clarify a little bit more, so the math actually works out if you're going to do it against 80 units, it would be 80 times 40%, not 60. So it's 32 parking stalls.
Exactly. In other words, we've got 40. If the 80% approximately holds for this building, those 6 tandem spaces at -2 will never be used. They'll just be used as single spaces.
You're saying at any given time, 80% of the spots you're offering are going to be utilized?
Yes.
Or purchased?
Yes, but again, again, we're providing the code required parking. We doubt, based on Jeff's experience with Commons other buildings, it's unlikely that all 40 spaces will be taken.
And do they typically have this quantity of tandem spots?
I'll defer to Jeff on that. I don't know.
And how does
it's a total mix. I mean, at some buildings we have stack parking, with the hydraulic stackers. Some we have tandem. It's a total mixed bag, and that's just the average figure is 80% of those are leased. So it really just depends on the building.
Okay. I have one last question. Why are you not providing direct access from the building to the ground level patio outdoor space?
It's really kind of infeasible for us to have a direct route from inside the building to that rear space. That rear space is really our biofiltration planter and lid planter. It's kind of a place where we do have some benches carved in there where people can sit, but the primary common area space is at 5 and 6, the 5th floor and the roof. So there's no practical way for us to be able to get there from the lobby. Give me a sec. You can see the ground floor. It's very difficult. We can't get there's no feasible way to do it. But again, everyone will have access through the gate either here by the driveway or over here at Fountain. We think, frankly, most of the outdoor space use is going to be the 5th floor and 6th floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple more questions.
Yep.
How do you, with the tandem parking spots, how do you allocate those? Do they have to go to tenants staying in the same unit because they would need to coordinate?
No, again, we've always contemplated attendant parking for those spaces. So that, and again, as we provided a proposed language for condition 9.15, and let me see, I can kind of go to here, and you'll see that under B, residents who are assigned tandem spaces shall be required to deposit a duplicate set of keys with the concierge parking attendant and shall be required to sign a document permitting the concierge parking attendant to move their vehicle whenever the concierge parking attendant deems it necessary.
Okay, great. And then I might have missed this somewhere. These units are single occupancy, correct?
The bedrooms are,
The bedrooms, I mean.
again, I'll defer to Jeff. That's typical, but I'll defer to Jeff on that.
Yeah, that's correct. Single occupancy, unless there's a unit that says otherwise. We have buildings where we do double occupancy, like married couples or just couples who want to rent a unit. But generally, yes, there's single occupancy unless it's noted otherwise on a lease or by unit.
But this building specifically would be single occupancy for the bedrooms?
Correct, yeah.
So if someone were to rent a room and let's say 6 months into their lease, they decide, their significant other starts coming over more often and more often and more often. Next thing you know, they're moved in. How do you handle that?
I mean, just like you would normally. So we would say go to your resident coordinator, and if it's a unit that can support another member in the same room, great. If not, then we would encourage you to move to another unit or to another one of our buildings, which we are happy to move you to. Let's say you want to move into a 1-bedroom instead of just a co-living bedroom or something like that, and we can facilitate all of that.
Okay, that's all my questions.
I had one question in reference to that. I remember reading somewhere here that there could be potential for 2 occupants per bedroom, if you want to call it. And I know that there was a concern from a neighboring resident as to the potential number of people that could live at this, if that was maxed out. So I think that would be something to just clarify here. If it is just 1 person per bedroom, that should be very clear, in the resolution.
The resolution, I believe, has that in there as a standard condition. That was not something that was run by us ahead of time. I did see that in the resolution. As Jeff said, that's not the intent of this building. It's not the intent of their membership in this building. That's, I believe, an absolute limitation as a condition of approval. Perhaps staff can clarify how that got in there. I don't honestly know.
We'll get back to staff on that. Mr. Hunt, you have referenced a couple of times the membership agreement. Are there membership fees in addition to the rent?
No membership fees. It's for all intents and purposes, it's a traditional lease, but because you're essentially leasing a part of a unit, we had to break it up in more of a membership agreement. Also, we wanted to provide flexibility to the renter, and so we offer flexibilities like being able to move, cancel early if they want to pay like a flex fee and things like that. But no, there's no other fees that are hidden in there. It's just their rent.
So
obviously there might be like a application fee, or like a background check fee, but that's it. Nothing that's beyond standard.
My concern is that there's any additional fees or charges that would not apply to the affordable housing units, because that would affect the total cost.
Yep, we're very aware of that.
Okay. If there's no other questions for the applicant at this time, I will give the design review subcommittee report. This was heard back in April by the subcommittee, which consisted of myself, Commissioner Cavallero, and Commissioner Buckner at the time. The subcommittee was intrigued by the co-living concept. Overall, there were a number of questions, suggestions, some of which have been addressed by the applicant. In particular, for example, the lack of airflow in a number of the units. So there was a recommendation for the Juliet balconies, which have been incorporated, I believe, on the south side of the building. There were a number of comments about that the project field felt very enclosed and very congested. And the recommendation that the observation it was overscaled and the number of bedrooms should be reduced in order to make it a more functional space. There were a number of concerns about the sidewalk and the green buffer on the street side, drop-off zones, in particular the parkways on the sidewalks. A number of concerns came up around, again, delivery, access, the driveway, moving vans, the fact that there's no closets. And as of the last view I had of the plans, there's still no closets or wardrobes.
There are wardrobes shown in each bedroom. So combination wardrobe and dresser.
Okay, I saw the word dresser. I didn't see wardrobe. Okay, and there were concerns about the small living areas and sorry, frog. The lack of cross ventilation, especially in light of COVID times and working and living from a single space, not having good airflow, the heavy reliance on the HVAC systems instead of fresh air into the bedrooms. I think that was the bulk of the comments. Like I said, some of which have been addressed and some of which have not. Excuse me. All right, at this time, let's move into public comments. At this time, members of the public will be offered the opportunity to speak on this subject for 3 minutes. Please give your name and city of residence. And David, I'm going to put you in charge of this.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I did receive a few public comment forms, but it looks like we've lost those people. They are no longer with us. So if there is anybody on the platform currently that wants to speak on this item, please hit *9 for me. That'll let us know that you do want to speak and you have 3 minutes to do so. But Chair, it looks like we're all clear. We have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, at this time, I am going to, before we move into final questions and deliberations, I am going to recommend that we take a 5-minute intermission. In as much as we're at 1 hour and 45, I think we could all use a 5-minute break. So it's 8:16. Let's reconvene. I guess we'll stretch it to 8:25. And we'll see you back here then. Okay, David, do we have everybody back?
Chair, I just responded to you. Staff is currently right now speaking with the applicant regarding some possible revisions based on your past discussion this evening. And they would like just a few more minutes if that's possible.
I think we're off the call now, David, actually.
Are you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if we can get all commissioners online. And I think you're good to go, Chair.
Very good, thank you. So let me call back to order this evening's meeting. At this time, the applicant has 5 minutes for the rebuttal of the non-comments.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. One is, again, we'll reiterate our issue with 3.6, the fees. We'd like to be able to work that out somewhere other than, between a Friday and the next Thursday without any real chance to discuss that. So we'd like that removed. We'd like the adjustment to the units to be 3 at 4 bedrooms rather than 2 5s and a 4. But more importantly, we were just speaking with staff. They have suggested that to eliminate part of the parking issue, that we could eliminate the tandem spaces at the -2 level. If we do that, we can shift the columns back so that would be a 26-foot drive aisle on that side. As I said, structural engineer is gonna hate me, but he probably already does. So what the hell, right? We can actually make that drive aisle and improve that, bring that one all the way up to the 26-foot standard. And as it said, I think staff's idea that we can reduce this to 32 spaces on waiver is one that we're entirely amenable to because it will eliminate that issue. We're also happy to stipulate that we will add a staff space as a break room, lockers, and toilet. And with that, we think that we're going to ask you to change the language on 9.15 and 9.16 per the language we proposed, at which point we think we've adequately mitigated the issues that you identified. And because they're capable of being mitigated, we don't believe that they constitute specific adverse impact as a matter of law, because that only exists for written standards that can't be mitigated. We think we can mitigate both of those, and so we're going to request that the commission approve the project, subject to 9.15 being modified, 9.16 being modified, and the adjustment to 32 spaces with a 26-foot drive aisle on the west side at -2, as well as I said, the 3.6. We just don't think that 70% of a studio adequately reflects the fact that these are being provided with all amenities and all utilities and furnished. So with that, with those thoughts, we respectfully request that you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd be remiss, excuse me, Chair, I apologize. I'd be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to thank Adrian Gallo for all his help working this through, as well as Rick Abramson. It's been a very difficult, very challenging project for everybody because it's sort of pioneering work with co-living. Allison has also been doing her best to try to help with something for which there's really no support in the code and no real guidance. So we appreciate all that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of clarifications that I'd like to get based upon things that have been submitted. One is, please explain what this flex fee concept is and what that is and how that works and how much it is.
Yeah, so that's something that our company implements. So for folks who want a shorter term lease, who want to, maybe keep something down at 3 months, want the flexibility to cancel their lease at 3 months, it's basically what it is. It's an option, and it entirely depends on the lease, the situation, et cetera. But usually about $100. It's nothing crazy. It's just really to provide that flexibility.
We'll have to check, just to add to that, we'll have to check with Lauren Langer to see whether something like that would be possible in the context of West Hollywood's minimum 1-year lease.
This is something that's unique to Common, our company. Obviously, this does not reflect anything with this project, but that's just how I was describing those shorter term leases. That's how that would look. But in this case, if it's a year minimum, that's, it wouldn't apply.
If it's possible to work something like that in without falling afoul of the city's zoning ordinance, the city's municipal code for the lease terms, we can work with Common to do that, but only subject to approval that it's legal in the city of West Hollywood.
Okay. In addition, you mentioned decoupling the parking spaces from the units. As far as I know, that has not been approved by council. That is not part of our current parking code. Can staff clarify, is that even an option at this point?
No, Chair. So we don't have that in our code at all.
Okay, so these would need to be dedicated spaces.
Correct.
And they would come with the units.
I'm not sure if does the code actually require them to be per the unit? Because I'm not sure about that.
I don't believe
the general plan specifically has a policy to have us investigate it. We haven't implemented it through specific regulations, but I'm not sure if the code requires it per unit. Maybe Adrian can look that up real quick, unless he knows it offhand.
The code references the requirement for each unit as far as this, and it asks for an assigned space plan with an assigned parking space, but not whether it's required by the operators, but the code just asks for an assignment plan of where the space is going to be for the unit.
So there is no provision for decoupled parking to allow a separate fee for parking in addition to the rental of the unit.
Are we sure about
The code appears to be silent on it.
Right, that's what I was trying to say, is that I was silenced on that.
And when we have a provision that requires fewer than one space per unit, it becomes difficult to require it to be attached to a unit because not all the units would have parking to begin with. So in that sense, there's no way to actually ensure that each unit has a particular parking space. The needs of tenants in those spaces, in those units may change.
So all 80 tenants are entitled to use any parking space?
No.
No, I'm saying that the code is silent on whether it's required to be attached to a unit. The code is silent on whether it can be sold separately. There's a separate lease or a separate charge for parking. But because we have a standard that provides for fewer than one space per unit, each space can't be assigned to a particular unit. It would need to be in the lease because there aren't spaces for every single unit. And there may one time be somebody who needs that space, needs a parking space, and then they move out and someone moves in who doesn't need it. That would be a wasted space, which is a pretty limited resource in a building with few spaces. So I think that provision should, because the code isn't perfectly clear, I think it makes sense to apply it in that way.
So technically every unit is entitled to parking, but if you're the 41st person to show up in the evening and there's no parking space, you don't have parking.
The code, the code requires a certain number of parking spaces per unit. We can quickly check to see if it says they're per unit. That's how the number comes up. But I
That's
don't.
the formula.
It's a formula. I don't believe it says everyone is assigned, because like a one bedroom is, a half a parking space. How do you assign a half a parking space?
Understood, but I guess my question is, when we look at the lease, or they're saying membership agreement for this unit, does that lease come with parking?
40 or 32 of them would. I don't, whether that affects the price that they charge for that unit or not.
Then also, allowing people to rent the parking spaces separately is one of the things that we know that can help with affordability of units. And then one of the goals of this type of project is to make it more affordable, and the city's overall policies to make us more walking and transit friendly. So if people don't have to have a parking space because they're using our transit facilities, that's a good thing. And it also makes it better. We don't want to force people to pay for parking that they don't use.
Understood. I'm just trying to clarify. So what you are saying is that in this configuration, you would be renting your unit, and then you would be electing to rent a parking space or not?
Yes.
On top of the unit?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have?
One way or another, all the parking will be assigned. It's not first come, first served. You will have an assigned parking space if you have a parking space.
If you've rented it?
Correct.
Okay. And do we have any language in our resolution that prevents renting to non-tenants?
It's in the code.
Yeah, it's in the code. I was just
It's in the code.
We had a condition, but the code does say that the parking is for residential parking is for the exclusive use of tenants and guests.
Okay. And given the very flexy business here going on, I just wanted to make sure we're all clear. Okay. Are there any other questions of staff and the applicant at this time?
I have one question. What is the proposal for the number of parking spots to be reduced to? Was it 32?
That's what staff was suggesting in their call with us.
Yeah, so again, it was a quick call to try to address some of the concerns that we had. I do want to ask one more question of Mr. Levin.
Of course.
We wanted to make sure our concern was the width of the drive aisles where we had the backup maneuvering areas. The reduction of parking would widen all the drive aisles. Do you believe it would widen all the drive aisles in the building or just in one area?
No, it would widen the toughest situation that we have, which is the tandem spaces at -2. It would improve, it would basically bring that up to the 26 feet. And that is the tightest condition that we have and the one that is the most challenging. It would not bring all the spaces up to 26. That's not possible. It's not geometrically possible on this site. But as I said, this would not change the requirement for the 24-hour on-call attendant. That would still be, we would still be proposing that as 9.15, regardless of whether we have tandem or not.
So to be clear, staff has had a conversation with the applicant outside of this hearing tonight?
During the break, yes.
Okay, I'm not sure.
When we were in person, those type of things would have happened in the auditorium.
Okay.
Sorry, apologies, Chair Hoopen-Garner. I just wanted to tag on to this discussion about the parking and just ask, while we have the applicant here, since we're talking about reducing spots and things, are there any thoughts on if there or consideration on car share, since people may not want a car, but may want occasional access to a car, or may even find themselves not able to get a spot because there's 40 spots or maybe even fewer relative to the 80 bedrooms. Is that something that the client would be open to afford a little bit of flexibility?
We would certainly be willing to that if we can make it work. The owner had some conversations with CarShare about 6 months ago or something like that. And the problem was that even with 80 bedrooms, that the car share companies were not willing to dedicate cars just to this building. In other words, they would, because we said, look, we'll give you two spots. And they said we could only do that if they could be used by people other than residents of the building as well. In other words, if they're really sort of public car share. And that provided security issues that were really just insurmountable. If there's a way that we can work something out with, with a car share company that's willing to live with a captive audience only, the residents of the building only, we'd certainly entertain that.
Given that there's discussion about a valet setup, that makes me wonder if there is opportunity to address some of those concerns.
Well, again, this is not a conventional valet like a commercial parking lot. This is basically, someone to assist the residents of this building. So again, it's not any situation that would involve a non-resident coming into the building to access the parking garage would be a problem. And we're not really set up to have somebody who's not in the building call the concierge in this building to bring a shared car up to them. I don't think that's a workable option. So if we can find a car share service that's willing to have a captive audience of 80 only, that's certainly possible. Otherwise, just from a logistical standpoint, it's not practical. But the owner did investigate that at some length a while back. We'd love to be able to do it. We suggested it. We'd love to be able to do that. We just can't find a practical way to make it work here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I do have some additional questions for staff. First, let's talk about setbacks and the projections into the setbacks. On the north side of the building, well, let's start. The rear, I can see where those are projections. The ground floor is within inside, outside, within the setback. But on the north side, the projections are actually the building. So on the north side, the building is in the setback. So my question to staff is, how is the concession that is being requested to allow these projections relate to those actual building parts that are in the setback on the north side?
So the area on the north side, those are projections, half a window, half building walls, that the applicant is requesting that we see it as a quasi bay window. We have a bay window category in our allowed projections in the setbacks. And this is the concession request, and we're supporting that request to allow those projections.
But it's not a projection, it's the building. The building goes into the ground on the north side, whereas on the west side and the south side, they are projections above the first floor.
Where specifically are you referring to?
There are projections above the first floor on the north side entirely, with the exception of the request for a pair of two pairs of building columns to go down. Those are not the only occupiable bays are above the first floor. It's second through fifth. They do not occur on the first floor.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I don't have room for all of this paper. So then let's talk about the projection into the corner setback on the southeast corner.
Okay.
So the corner of the building extends by a couple feet into the setback on that southeast corner. How is that addressed? Because by my read, that is not allowed in the code.
The applicant has asked for it to be used as a deviation from our standards, because that would encroach in the setback.
So is that considered a bay window as well?
That is a separate request from the bay window request, because those bay windows are above the second floor. So this one is under as a waiver request, waiver number 2. Sorry, yeah. Actually, waiver number 3.
Okay, so that includes that corner encroachment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry. So to be clear, just for the record, these are 17 dwelling units with 80 bedrooms, but for our RENA calculations, we are not getting account for 80 units. For our affordable housing, we're not getting account, whether it's 12 or 14, we're not getting 12 or 14 units added to RENA, we're getting 3.
Correct.
Okay. So from a RENA perspective, to Mr. Levin's point that they could have elected to build 3 650 square foot studios, from a RENA perspective, it's the same. It's the same. It's 3.
Yes.
It's 3
3 1 bedrooms or 3 4 bedrooms. Or 3
Just
units.
3 units.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, although from a practical standpoint, it's more people that can have an affordable unit in the city. There's one other thing, if I might.
Well, I'm sorry. At this time, I want to address my questions to staff.
Oh, okay.
So, given that it's a bedroom, not a separate kitchen, is this really considered sort of transition affordable housing as opposed to permanent affordable housing?
No, this is permanent housing. The folks that might choose to live here, we don't know yet. It might be a younger cohort that might be more likely to move, but this is a permanent unit, a permanent, a person could continue to live here however long they like.
So they would elect this living environment as opposed to a standard 1 bedroom under the affordable housing option.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So if the room isn't a unit, the individual bedroom isn't a unit, how does it work in our rent ordinances as they are defined as units?
In terms of the protections of the renter?
It's a unit.
Right, but
it's not a unit, it's a bedroom, but it's a unit, but it's not, we've got definitional issues here that I think one of the things that I want to make sure that we are clear that, we're in a big gray zone here and we don't have ordinances, and it's almost like we're making ordinances on the fly to address this unique configuration. And I'm having a lot of discomfort with that.
Yes, I mean, as Mr. Levin pointed out, part of the discussions of this project when it began was understanding that the city council hasn't yet given us direction, and so we don't have a clear definition of co-living in our zoning code, nor in our RSO. And so, that's something that may be addressed at a later date. But at this point in time, just as you stated, Chair, there's no clear definition.
Okay. to an earlier point about the fact that these are to be single occupancy, I didn't see that anywhere in the ordinance or in the resolution. I may have missed it. There's quite a bit here. But staff report keeps talking about 80 to 100 people, but that implies double occupancy. So are we in fact approving this as single occupancy only? And if so, is that in the resolutions?
So we weren't sure if they were gonna limit it to single occupancy. So in the resolution, I want to say condition 12. Tell you right now. 12.2, I gave the opportunity for the units to be occupied by 2 people. But if they want to change that to limit it to 1, we can make that change.
Okay. All right, if there are no further questions at this time, let's close the public hearing. And unless legal has other ways about how we are going to approach this, I'd like to suggest that in our deliberations, in our discussions, that perhaps the way to make this more manageable is to break it down sort of into general building development, discussion, and then discussion around maybe each concession and waiver. And maybe perhaps we take a straw poll on each item to see, do we need further discussion? And that way we can move through, because there is a considerable amount of content here that I have a feeling we're going to be chatting about. Are there any thoughts or suggestions around that approach? All right. Well, then let's move into deliberations, and let's just jump right into the concessions and the waivers, and start with concession number 1, which is the concession to increase the maximum average unit size from 1,200 square feet to 1,320 square feet, which is a 10% deviation from the standard. Comments, discussion? There being none, we'll assume that that's, we'll call that a semi-consensus. I will make my 2 cents that I feel that this gets chicken and egg. A concession, by definition, is a reduction in a development standard or a modification of a zoning code requirement that results in identifiable and actual cost reductions. I have a hard time trying to figure out how a larger unit size results in a cost reduction. That is a revenue generator, but I don't see it as a cost reducer. So as a concession, I find that problematical, and that number 1 concession, by making these larger unit sizes, immediately creates 95% of the problems that we're experiencing throughout the rest of the project that is requiring all of these waivers. So we're getting into a chicken and egg situation, part of which is created by the state, and we don't exactly have a choice on, but some of it we do. The configuration, the way this is done, on the back of an envelope, we could have a 10,000 square foot penthouse and a bunch of 500 square foot studios and come up with the same average unit size. These are the kinds of things that we need to be, that we're facing. And, is that an appropriate use of our space? And the same thing applies here. I I don't see myself how this is resulting in an identifiable cost reduction by making it bigger. Commissioner Jones?
Thanks, Chair, if I may. I think the concession number one, given that, staff has been working with the applicant on this for some time, and this is, just where I stand right now, but given that staff is recommending approval on this, I'm inclined to move forward with that suggestion. Again, as you said, there is a lot of content to get through, and I'm aligned with staff's recommendation in that regard. And I'm open to discussion on the matter, but I wanted to surface that.
And I appreciate that. It's just, this is the single thing that causes all the other problems, almost exclusively. And so it's approving the thing that's causing all of the problems that we now have to look at in terms of the subsequent waivers, et cetera. There was one other point on this, but that's sufficient on that discussion. Concession number 2, to treat the stacked enclosed projections with windows that encroach onto the setbacks as bay windows so that they can be de facto permitted. Staff is recommending approval on this. Again, I guess from my point of view, this just ties back to that same bigger unit size is causing these projections to project into the setbacks. And is there any other comments, discussion? Commissioner Lombardi?
Yeah, I'll say I definitely have a lot of issues and concerns. Concession number 2, to me, doesn't bother me as much. I kind of understand it. So I don't know. I think I just wanted to note that I don't have any serious issues with that one, just because I feel I need to focus energy on other aspects. But I do want to make a note that, it's a concern, but it doesn't concern me as much as some of the other concessions.
All right, Commissioner Thomas?
So I also have concerns about this concession because I know that part of the city's traffic study recommends actually widening its current sidewalks to improve the traffic cyclists.
Sorry, we hadn't gotten to sidewalks yet. We were on setbacks.
Oh, my apologies.
That's no problem. It's going to be next if there's no other comments. So I'll let you pitch in. If there's no other comments on setbacks, then go for it, Commissioner Thomas. Sidewalks. Well, let me just give the background just so everybody knows. With the city code requires a 10-foot setback for combined sidewalk and parkway. The applicant is proposing that on the Fairfax side that it would be a 6-foot 8-inch sidewalk with no parkway, and on the Fountain side a 5-foot sidewalk with a 3-foot 6-inch landscaped parkway. And so Commissioner Thomas, you're up.
So I was just saying that I just had concerns about the sidewalks because, like I was saying, that the city's traffic study was saying that if we widen the sidewalks, that would really improve the traffic, cyclists, and pedestrian safety. So I just really had a lot of concerns about having the sidewalks not only are they not 10 feet, but it just seemed like it was going to really impact safety. So I had a lot of concerns about that. But because it will result in a cost reduction for the project, I was inclined to approve that concession.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Duda?
Yeah, I also have concerns about sidewalks and the widths of them, but I think that concern spreads to Fountain and that whole general part of town where the sidewalks are extremely narrow. So I'm inclined to support this concession given that the utilities will be undergrounded at this point, which I think will make a big difference. So that does, allow it to be a more pleasant pedestrian experience in that particular area along Fountain at least. So.
Any other discussion on this? Commissioner Vinson?
Yeah, I'm also really worried about safety. You know, the fountain gets really busy and some cars come zooming down that, and with an narrowing the sidewalk, um, it just concerns me about public safety.
Okay, well, I have a question for staff / legal on this and concessions. And, you know, on item number 1, they were looking for a 10% modification. On this concession number 3, this is way beyond a 10% modification. So how does that fly? How does, you know, is it just like, hey, whatever? Or, I mean, is there a formula that should be applied? Or is it just do your thing?
I can start. There is no formula. There is no limit. The state law says that the applicant chooses their package of concessions and, if needed, waivers. They present it based on the site-specific conditions. There is not one particular formula that it's limited 10% the way our modifications are in our code, or just as an example. They get to choose the package that they present.
Okay. And since we're talking about that, for the record and for future projects, and I know we've discussed this in correspondence, the state seems to be silent on the approach to concessions and waivers and what I'll call bundling. And my understanding was that if there's a code or a standard that you want a variance for, a waiver, that would be an application for a waiver for that thing. And in this particular instance, we're looking at 4 different codes and zoning ordinances and building codes that are all being mashed into one concession application. And so I guess, is there a way to get clarity out of the state, or do we make our own rules to say, you got to uncouple these things, decouple them, and make each one a separate item for approval or not? Because is my understanding, staff had to peel out item concession 3A out of the original application because this bundled 2 different things. So
yeah,
what's the state rule, and what's, you know, obviously our city code is silent on this because it's a state rule.
Yeah, and I don't believe that the state rule either clarifies that a concession is only limited to one provision of the code. I think I can't speak to why the applicant asked for the specific package that they did, but I think in reviewing it, staff identified, well, wait, there's actually sort of 2 parts to this. And that's why the recommendation is to just deny a part of it, finding that this piece is just, it's not within the Planning Commission's purview. It's an engineering standard. It's not something that the Planning Commission can say, okay, through the density bonus program, you can have a very shallow sidewalk. So they kind of peeled that part out to specify that that needs to be changed. And, you know, it's an unusual package of concessions and waivers. We haven't seen something like this before. But I can also say that I don't think the state law specifies that that a concession can only deviate from, you know, one numbered section in the code, because sometimes these topics may be covered in various sections.
So it is something that, though, we could, you know, sort of suggest to staff that going forward, packages be broken out into individual things so that it's easier for review and, you know, decision making.
Yeah, and I'll say one other thing to that, that moving forward, we've talked about this before, codes need to be more objective. They need to be more systematic. And so the zone text amendments you see coming before you in the future will be a lot more systematic and objective than we've seen before. And so that will help in dealing with situations like this.
Okay, well, let's zoom ahead. If there's no other comments on sidewalks. Okay, concession 3A. As we just discussed, this was peeled out. It's a separate requirement regarding the clearance between the garage and the sidewalk, etc. Staff has recommended denial. The applicant in tonight's presentation said that they've come up with a redesign. The question is, has staff had sufficient time to review that? I know I haven't. I got that information at late o'clock today. So I'm not sure how to deal with a late submission that wasn't part of the package we approved. I mean, I know that staff has in their resolution said that it needs to be fixed. So how do we approach this?
We could add a condition to address the vertical clearance that the applicant is proposing to maintain 3 feet and then only have 7 feet below it. If you're in support of that change that they're proposing.
And where would that appear? And do we have the language that we find adequate? Because we would need to review that yet tonight, and it's going to be a long night.
I can read it into the record if you'd like.
And what item are we talking about amending?
It would be a new condition to address it specifically.
Okay.
Chair, I can perhaps elaborate on that a little bit too. Adrian, could you share that one diagram? We did look at this, and
oh yeah. Okay.
So I think there's two issues. There's the soil depth, and there's clearance at the level of parking. And so we did a quick analysis, and let's see when Adrian puts it up. Yeah. So what our recommendation would be is it's not unusual to have 7 feet clear. In many buildings, we'll see storage units that are hung up above the hood of the car. But those storage units tend to be about 24 inches deep maximum. And so we took a closer look at where we felt would be comfortable. And we feel that at 42-inch maximum, that would not undermine the structural integrity of the building. That is going to have to be a transfer beam or something above the car that will be structural. The building is coming down there. And so we would feel comfortable if it's 7 feet clear, no obstructions of pertinence or anything below it, no ducting, no sewer pipes, utility, as long as it's free and clear and 42 inches maximum, we feel that's a reasonable request.
But in addition, and I don't have it right in front of me, wherever the denial of 3A is in the resolutions would have to be amended, correct?
So, Chair, it's Jennifer, can I jump in?
Sure.
Being that this is pretty complicated and we've got a lot of late breaking items, as you pointed out, I think that if the commission moves towards an approval tonight, it will have some changes in the resolution that I think will go beyond what we can read into the record tonight. And I think that the best course of action would be to memorialize each of these things, make the decision, and then put a revised resolution on the consent calendar for the next meeting.
I think that's the only way to do it because there's just too many pieces and it's too complex. And I, for one, don't process data auditorily well at all. I need to see it in writing.
Right. Yeah.
So especially given the complexity of what the applicants proposed, like I said, I did not have time to review that. And it was a school day. Okay, so moving along then. So discussion, is there any other discussion on this item 3A? Are we all comfortable with the proposed resolution to both the 3-foot clearance and the garage clearance? Nod of heads, circling of heads, yay team. Okay, moving on to the waivers. Waiver 1 is the height limit waiver, which, for the record, this is normally concession 1 in most packages, but this somehow made it into a waiver, which is perplexing to us all. But do we have any discussion on this item? There being none, I will move on to requested waiver number 2. This is to eliminate the requirement of the 6-foot additional setback on the second and upper stories on the front elevation. And staff is recommending approval of this. Is there any discussion on this item? None, there being none. Let's move on to the front and street side setback requirements that that they want a waiver on encroachments into the setback by the building on both the front and the street side. Is there any discussion on this? I will just express my unhappiness with that encroachment into the corner. I think this is just pushing the limits on all corners, on tops and sides and up and down. And I think it makes that corner, which is already tight from a sidewalk perspective. There is no parkway. It's not ideal, but I would concur with staff's recommendation here. If there's no other conversation, number 4, drive aisle width waiver. As staff pointed out, there's a 26-foot requirement, but there are a number of areas within the proposed project where this has been reduced to 20 feet and less than 22 feet. I will note that we discussed this very item as related to a project 3 weeks ago, I believe on Sherborne. And one of the items that staff pointed out was that they had allowed a reduction to 22 feet, I believe, on that project, but it was with wider spaces to allow for more maneuverability. And that does not exist here. So is there discussion on this item, which staff is recommending the denial of this reduction? So we're all in agreement with staff's recommendation on this. Okay, then moving on to item 5, the driveway standards. The minimum driveway standard is 18 feet with 2 lanes and no median, but this project is 14 feet. And staff is recommending denial of the project as proposed. Is there any discussion on this item, or are you in concurrence with the staff's recommendation of denial? Okay, well, we're speeding right along. Item number 6, the compact cars parking space waiver, that they wanted it to allow 60% of the required parking spaces to be compact. Staff is recommending approval of this waiver. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Chair. I was digesting for a moment when you moved on. Just going back to waiver number 5, since that has changed a little bit now, based on the information from tonight, do we still deny it as it's written in the staff report, or do we need to do something differently?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that was a late submission that I have not reviewed. I don't think staff has reviewed, looked at the plans. There hasn't, building and safety. Staff, you tell me, but I don't feel comfortable with, that last minute submission and a quick and dirty approval.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons Jennifer was recommending that if the commission gets to a place of approval in concept, that we're going to come back with a completely different revised resolution, because they might be, let's say the commission agrees to the 32 spaces instead of the 40 spaces. It requires a sort of a reanalysis of the requested waivers. So that's one of the reasons we wouldn't be able to approve a resolution tonight. We're going to have to rewrite some of these things based on the direction from the commission.
Well, I think there's a difference to me on the minor mods on the, the 2 feet versus this 3 feet, as opposed to a complete reconfiguration of the driveway, et cetera, without building and safety and staff, looking at it. So to me, those are not comparable and not I don't feel comfortable with just a rewrite and without seeing it. We're looking at plans that don't include all of these things. So including the reduction in parking spaces, which I don't necessarily agree with yet. So I'd have to see it. That's just my personal opinion.
I would agree with that. I have some reservations. I'm not understanding the reduction in the number of cars and what that impact has and where the benefit lies in all of that. So I see how it could resolve some of the parking issues, but then we have a lot fewer parking spots. And I'm really confused on what we're supposed to be looking at. So I'm feeling lost personally in terms of what we're doing.
And from, we're kind of jumping around here, but from a parking space reduction, that was never part of the noticing. The noticing that went out was a 40 unit parking. And now we're, talking this last minute, oh, let's just scoop out 8, parking spaces. And the public doesn't know anything about that. The public was told this was going to have 40 parking spaces. Now, legal, you could tell us, but I don't feel super comfortable like making that kind of a wholesale change in this environment. It's a substantial change.
Well, I mean, there's always direction provided by the commission if things are not satisfactory, and that's the point of having a hearing. Is, applicant makes a presentation or a proposal, staff analyzes it. If there's problems, they are worked out at this meeting. So I don't think problem solving at a hearing is a bad thing. Whether you're comfortable and need to see it visually before approving it is a different question. But I think part of the hearing is doing some problem solving and seeing if you can resolve some of the issues based on the input of the 7 of you and the public.
And I got the whole problem solving concept and, modify the res and add a new res and all of that good stuff. But this is substantive. That's stripping out a significant number of parking spaces. And that was just kind of a back of the envelope, happened over a phone call. And what? That was never part of the staff report. That was never part of any public disclosure. And now at 9:18 p.m., we're talking about modifying this project substantially.
I mean, I understood what they were proposing. And when I look at these plans, taking out those tandem spots is really only changing one spot on one level of parking. And to say, Mr. Levin was mentioning that, that's the biggest pinch point. That one has a space of 21 feet, 8 3/4. The other drive area has only 20 feet backup space. Correct. So that's not even the most tight spot. So I don't really think that alleviates anything.
Can I add a couple of things quickly? So for one thing, I think we have a fairly common practice in the past of directing certain changes to the plans that then come back for, to the satisfaction of the director or something like that, if the commission is comfortable and it's something that's minor. So there could be something that is put in that bucket, so to speak. I think that, and Adrian, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that anything we've seen in the late breaking items, I think it helps alleviate certain issues, but it doesn't remove the issue and it doesn't change our minds about where we stand on those waiver requests. I don't think that we've seen anything that, like you very correctly pointed out, there's still 2 places where the driveway width or the drive aisle width is still 20 feet and change. That is a problem for us, and that is a waiver that we're still not supporting. The driveway width, while it's wider at where it funnels out to the street, it still presents a safety issue for cars going in and out. Now, there was a lot of discussion about signals and lights and things like that I don't I haven't seen those things, and I don't think we've had a chance to review how that works. I don't know that that's even officially on the table. What's rough right now is that we're in a position where we need to have a decision made. Typically, if we have this many questions, we would have the opportunity to continue a hearing. And so far, we have not gotten a positive response from the applicant on whether we can take a little bit more time on this project. We have certain state timelines. We need a mutual agreement in order to extend those timelines. And so that's something that we don't have that luxury right now. So we need to sort of act on what we have. So I don't know. And Lauren, please.
I'm sorry, but to be clear, the applicant has been unwilling to extend those timelines to address these issues?
We have not reached an agreement to extend the timelines, no. So I lost my train of thought, but I think that, I don't know that we either things that have been off the cuff offered in the hearing. I don't know, we can condition those things if we think that would help, but we haven't had a chance to really fully review that. And we haven't had a chance to determine whether that changes our minds on the waiver or removes the safety impact. So I just wanted to be clear from staff's standpoint on that.
Well, I think that's important. And thank you, Jennifer. I mean, if staff has not been able to review all of these items, then, we have to vote on what's presented to us and what's in the staff report. Well, we have what, 2 more. So we talked about the compact parking, the vertical clearance waiver. I think this is one where we did discuss the 7 feet, and this, Adrian, correct me, is where that would be addressed.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be something that would be modified that we have discussed and agreed upon, which could show up on consent. If there's no other discussion on that, number 7, then waiver number 8, the common open space elevation. The 60% of the required common open space be located at grade, and it's not, and that's the waiver request. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, I'll add this. This one still bothers me because we're counting some of this as open space, right? But it's just kind of in the back, essentially alleyway of the building. I wonder if there would be a possibility to require that there's access to this space without going down the elevator, outside, around the corner, all the way around the other side of the building, and then into a space that doesn't look like it's furnished or anything. So this one does bother me.
I would concur. It's not active space. It's not accessible, easily accessible. It's, some shrubs and some grass. There's no place to sit. So you're going to go, oh, I'm going to go to the common open space. And then what? If anything, it should be made perhaps, put an elevated planter in there and put in some real canopy trees that could shade that west side of the building. It's not active space. I can't imagine anybody saying, oh, let's go hang out behind the building in that little, 6-foot spot. It's not true common open space. I mean, it's open. There's a gate to it. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on this. I mean, staff is recommending waiver of this and including that as common open space.
Yeah, I mean, I concur. I just see it as being dead space that most of the residents don't even realize they have access to. I think of common open spaces, a place you could walk to in your PJs with a cup of coffee, and you're not going to leave the building, walk around the corner on the sidewalk, and then enter this, space with a key to the gate. It feels like dead space to me.
So to be clear, there's multiple common space, correct? There's common space on the ground floor, and then there's common space on the roof, correct? The common space on the roof is similar in that there isn't a lot of seating and all that. So I concur with my colleagues have stated.
I mean, this waiver is for the fact that they want their the majority of the common open space to be allowed to be on the roof, as opposed to the current requirement, which is that it would be at the requirement for the project is 1,000 square feet, and 600 square feet would have to be provided at the ground floor. And that is not what this project includes. And so staff is recommending waiver of this requirement. Now, here's where it gets fun. The state says we can only deny this if it's a health and safety, and help me out here, Ms. Langer.
That's right. If there's an identified health or safety impact for which there is no mitigation.
And while you and I might think that that common open space is important to our health and safety, I think the state will probably disagree with us. Commissioner Lombardi?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that, Lauren, if maybe you could help. Could we provide a condition within that? Would that be possible?
Why don't you tell me what you're thinking? It's hard to answer
For
in the
instance,
abstract.
allowing access, direct access from the building to the open space.
I don't know what that means, like, structurally or how that works with the plans, but I don't see a problem with that.
My only question
it
about that, Commissioner
completely-
Lombardi and City Attorney, is would it require, significant enough change in the design that it would be something that would need to come back to us? I guess that's what I'm struggling with a little bit in terms of some of the changes that have been proposed since we got the staff report, is just being able to truly understand what's in front of us. There's just a lot here. So I don't know what that access would look like, but I know that usually when we condition things, if it's a major change, we would want it to come back so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in if it's significantly different from what was presented.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think what Vice Chair Jones is saying is there's concern that then this should be coming back. Is that correct? Because of the substantial change.
Well, I don't know if it would be constituted as substantial or not, because we don't necessarily know what that looks like. I'm not necessarily opposed to the condition. I just am grappling here overall with why this can't just come back. And I recognize that it sounds like that's something that is coming from the applicant, but I imagine that, approval would be, something that you want. And so I just, there are points that we're in agreement on here, the things that, the applicant has requested that, staff is recommending, and some, mitigations that the applicant has proposed that I think we're comfortable with. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. So I just want to get to a point tonight where we can talk about building some consensus and, figuring out how we can either move this forward in such a way that it can, continue to go through the process, or, is the applicant totally opposed to this coming back?
To being continued is the problem. Is we're on a timeline according to the Fair Housing Act. And so ideally, and that's what we were talking about earlier, with a consensus between staff and the applicant, normally we would continue something like this in order to address all of these issues.
Right,
But
I understand that. I
we don't
understand
have
that.
that luxury. And
I guess I'm asking, are we able to ask the applicant tonight if that's something that they would be amenable to?
I think you should. I think everyone is better served by getting to a place of consensus and working out some of these problems than just pushing through for the sake of pushing through. I think you will get to a better project that makes everybody happy and comfortable. And so I think we should explore that with the applicant.
So in that case, I will reopen the public hearing and ask the applicant if they'd be willing to consent to a continuation of this item to the next available planning commission in order to afford time for staff and the applicant to flesh out each of these modifications, both in terms of the plans and the text of the resolution.
Chair, I'd ask for some clarification of that. When you say next available, I'd like to know from staff when that is. If we're going to continue it to the next meeting, to date certain of 2 weeks from now.
The question is, can we be date certain what's available, Ms. Alkire?
I would recommend September 2nd. That is available. And I think trying to put it on the very next agenda of August 19th would be problematic, trying to get the staff report done in time.
In that case, you'll need to give me a moment to consult with my client, please.
Okay.
I have a question for Lauren Langer on that.
Go ahead.
If there's a situation where a commissioner cannot be present, because I don't know if I can on that date, does that cause a complication?
I have the same question because I will not be at that planning commission meeting, and I had planned to announce that in my commissioner comments at the end. So I have a family obligation.
So that puts
So
us
it still
down.
leaves a quorum
Mhm.
for?
Let me ask Jennifer, what else is potentially on that agenda? Do we have a conflict for Commissioner Caballero?
I don't believe so, but I will double check right now. There are 2 items. Oh no, he's okay. It's
Okay.
fine on that one.
Okay.
Yeah. So he would have to watch this meeting and then he could, which is easy because it's all on Zoom. And then he could probably participate in a continued public hearing. So that would get us to 5, I believe. I think that would be fine.
Okay. The one item that the applicant brought up that has not been discussed is this business of reducing the number of affordable units from 14 to 12. And again, that had not been discussed, had not been surfaced in the staff report. And I guess, my question would be, let's talk about if the affordable housing is only 4 units, then maybe all of the units should be 4 units. I mean, this is a huge project. This is double, it's literally, if you do back of the envelope, it's double the revenue of a regular and normally developed 17 unit building. It's double the revenue.
I don't disagree with that, Chair. I know one of the staff recommendations was that the units should be reduced by 1 bed bathroom combination to allow for more floor space in the common area. So I would support that.
I want to throw that out there and have that conversation. If, this is coming back, obviously that's a substantial redesign, but if we're going to only have 4 units for affordable, then it should be comparable to all the other units, and it's not.
Chair?
I'm sorry, was that a voice in the darkness?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
A couple of thoughts. One is this commission is not able to tell us how many bedrooms you can put in the units. Quite frankly, if we have 17 units, the units are going to be the same size essentially, whether they are 2 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms on the average. I think you need to be very, very careful about how you're conditioning a project that's subject to the Housing Accountability Act. I did speak with my client. We've been at this for a year and a half. It took us 5 months just to get, or 4 months just to get staff to understand that this was a housing project, not an SRO. My client's perfectly okay continuing this to date certain of the next meeting. losing another month, he's really not amenable to. So we're okay coming back on, I guess that's the 19th. But beyond that, there's a real issue. And I think we need to be very, I think that we need to take advice from the city attorney as to what you can and cannot condition in terms of a housing project. I just need, I'm need to be very careful about this.
Well, I guess the question to staff is that gives you 1 week to review all these plans, to modify everything and prepare the package. And I don't see that that is feasible, is it?
No.
Let me have another conversation with my client then, please.
So if there is no consensus on the movement of the
Chair?
Yes.
I've just had a conversation with our client, and we will agree to the month. What we would like to do is to not have billboards on that, because now that Commissioner Caballero has to be recused for an entire meeting and not just an item, we'll agree to that continuance. We understand what staff's up against as far as as far as not being able to turn this around and analyze this properly. We want staff to have that opportunity, but we don't want to back ourselves into another situation as we have tonight, where we can't have 7 commissioners taking a look at this.
So to be clear, Commissioner Caballero only has to recuse himself from an entire meeting if one of his projects is on the agenda.
Okay, well then, if we can ensure that we have a fair opportunity to have 7 commissioners on that meeting, whatever the first meeting in September is, then we're okay.
Well, no, that we've already determined we cannot do. 2 commissioners will not be available on the 2nd, but we will have a quorum.
I'm sorry, on the first meeting in September?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think we'll still have to move it to that meeting then.
Okay. Well, with that, do we have any other items that we wish to bring to staff and applicants' attention, or concerns that, Mr. Levin, is your mic still on?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other conditions, concerns that we wish to direct staff and the applicant to look at, to include, since we're having this minor do-over? Commissioner Thomas?
I had a couple of things. One of the things I had was that unless I overlooked it, I'm just concerned that the project is not conditioned to be right turn only from the parking, just because it's such a busy intersection and there are bus lines going up and down Fairfax. And especially if the applicant is proposing to have the sidewalks be less than 10 feet, the impact on the public right of way is going to make right turn only condition really necessary. So I just wanted to include that in the conversation.
That's not a problem from our standpoint. I don't think there's any, I don't think it is conceivable other than possibly 3 a.m. on Sunday morning to make a left turn across all 3 lanes of Fairfax that close to the intersection. So that's not an issue for us.
Okay, well, somebody's going to try. So I just
Somebody's gonna try.
somebody's going to try.
Someone's going to try even with a sign, but okay,
Yeah.
we're fine with a sign. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the trick is enforcing it. We've had this conversation before. Tender Greens, you know, has that 901 Hancock. It's chronic. You put up a sign, nobody pays attention. But I do think it's worth conditioning. I agree.
I also had some concerns. I just feel like for the number of concessions and waivers that there should be more public benefit because it's a very prominent corner and it's got a lot, it's very high visibility. The city's traffic study, I think, says that there's about 30,000 cars that travel on Fountain every day between La Cienega and La Brea. So I just think it's a missed opportunity to provide public art or something that contributes to the public realm or something that contributes to the experience of passersby or commuters. And I just wanted to just add that to the conversation as well.
I will let the city attorney weigh in on this and also weigh in on the factors that allow you to turn down concessions, because the burden of proof for denying a concession is on the city with substantial evidence. So I don't believe under a development agreement you can require public benefit. That's not a function of an ordinary approval.
So, Mr. Levin, let's let our attorney address this. And at this point, I'm going to reclose the public hearing and get back to our discussion.
So for the record, it was a suggestion, not a condition. So that's usually what we do during our public hearings. So
yep.
I appreciate that distinction. Thank you.
And to be clear, a public benefit would be something would be part of a development agreement, and this project won't be having a development agreement. So that's not something that we have an option for. I do believe there's an art component to these projects. Our city attorney, our city architect can help clarify that and discuss how that might be incorporated.
Yes, Chair. The projects of this type do have a urban art requirement, can be satisfied by paying an in lieu fee or going through a process of having art approved through the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission. So they have that option either way.
And that is part of every project over X size, I believe.
All residential projects,
All
I think over single family maybe are exempt. Not sure. Jennifer, do you know for sure? Let's see there.
Would apply to this project.
Yes, definitely. Okay. All right. We do have another piece of business. So are there other conditions, other concerns that you would like staff to address, Commissioner Dutta?
I just wanted to confirm with under operations 12.2, are we asking that condition be modified to accommodate a maximum of 1 person instead of 2, just so there's a better idea as to how many occupants there would be at this property?
Should we have a straw vote on that as far as given that that's what the intent was and that's what the applicant said that they were going to do? Do we want to include that in the resolutions? Although in favor, you know, show of hands. Okay, looks like that's a go. Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Is there anything else?
No.
Commissioner Lombardi?
Yeah, I just want to point out we had a discussion that was happening, but then we shuffled back to scheduling and things, and that discussion kind of trailed off, which was with regards to the fact that the inclusionary units might have 4 bedrooms, and then there's other ones that have 5. That was something we were talking about. I don't feel like we finished that discussion.
Well, I guess the first question is, and I know the applicant was trying to point out that we can't tell them how to develop their building. okay? But the current proposal before us is for 14 affordable bedrooms in 3 units. The applicant is now saying that they wish to reduce that to 12 bedrooms in the same 3 units. The question is, do we have another straw vote? Is that we recommend keep the current condition as proposed by staff and in the current staff report? Or do we want to entertain a reduction in the number of affordable bedrooms?
Can I just
Yes.
point out, I would, I don't believe it's the purview of the Planning Commission or the Planning and Development Services Department to dictate what units are inclusionary. I think that is housing. And ultimately it's up to them which units are assigned as inclusionary housing. It's not up to the applicant. They work that out in the inclusionary agreement. So our housing department makes that choice. And Allison can elaborate on that.
And that choice is then reflected in the resolutions.
Typically, no. I mean, we leave usually in terms of number of bedroom and number of units. In this case, you know, Mr. Levin was discussing basically our inclusionary agreement is where we outline which specific units are going to be the affordable ones and which aren't. And so, I mean, we can, as the resolution is written, you know, we can leave that open to negotiation in the inclusionary agreement.
Well, but to be clear, the current resolution includes 14 bedrooms. The applicant is asking to reduce that to 12. So
yes,
that's a negotiation between your department and the applicant.
Yeah.
But it would need to be included in the resolution.
Yes.
So you will work that out in the next 30 days.
Yes.
Or 3 weeks, because you got to get a staff report together.
2 weeks, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 2 weeks. Okay. Are there other concerns, conditions? Commissioner Vincent?
Yeah, so a concern of mine is all the deliveries that you brought up earlier. You know, with this many people living in one building, a lot of Amazon deliveries, you know, Uber Eats and whatnot. So I'm concerned with, you know, where these trucks are going to pull up and stop to do these deliveries. There's really no room on Fairfax to do that. They would be blocking the driveways or blocking people from turning right out of the building, or just blocking traffic from being able to make a right turn onto Fountain. I don't know where you could put that, but definitely something to look at. A loading zone that is not in such a dangerous spot.
I guess at this point, we'll leave it to staff to see what they can do to address it. I mean, I agree. It's a very real concern. That is just a nasty corner. It's just, there's no way around it. Those of us who travel it. I will make one note. Adrian, you and I spoke briefly about condition 12.7, that we should specify that a refrigerator should be in that configuration as well, and as a microwave.
Okay.
And I think you had some housekeeping on 19.9, definition of roles. Does condition 8.11 change with the planting beds being a minimum of 2 feet with the new garage configuration? Or is that still more? I'm trying to understand why we would only have 2 feet of soil when normally our standard is 3. And certainly for permeability requirements, it would be 3.
That requirement was for above the garage level. So it wouldn't change the soil depth area.
Okay. I'd like us to discuss this item 3.6, which the applicant has asked to be removed. And I think we need to discuss that before it goes back to staff. And that's the item about the affordable units being set at 70% of a traditional studio, both for rental purposes and income purposes, income calculation purposes. Does anyone have any thoughts about that item in the resolution? Commissioner Lombardi?
I understand the logic of it. It sounds like it may have been a surprise, but it does seem like you're getting less out of some of these units. So I just feel like there is some logic to why that's there.
Yeah, I'm very curious what these, the normal rate, the normal market units rent for compared to a studio, because I get that, you know, you have these other services, you have cleaning, you have, they're furnished, but you're still sharing a space with, you know, four other people, and you're getting, you know, like Commissioner Lombardi says, a lot less. So I'm inclined to leave it as is, as at 70%.
Do we have a straw poll? Those who are inclined to leave the item 3.6 as it is, all in favor? Okay, that looks like it's unanimous. Okay. That gives, I think, staff that may help with direction in your negotiations. And I had mentioned something at the beginning of this meeting that I would like to bring to the fore and discuss, and that is a condition that that they cannot lease the market units until the affordable is fully leased. I think, Allison, you can speak to some of the issues that are going on at the Harlan, that we have a situation where the affordable is not leased, and yet the market rate is out there and generating revenue, but we have, you know, affordable housing that's not occupied.
Chair, could I jump in? Yep. Just on, so we have a condition in our inclusionary housing agreement that states within 60 days of receiving their certificate of occupancy, the inclusionary units in a project shall be leased. And I think that's strong language that they're going to agree to in their inclusionary agreement. The Harlan, I mean, we don't need to delve into the Harlan in this case, but both the market rate and the affordable were not leased for a myriad of reasons. And when, you know, it became into the purview of the city council, they're now all leased, and the market rate units are still not all leased, just in terms of getting those that building fully occupied. So I don't know if this one is quite in the purview of the Harlan, and I do want to add that the conditions that do exist within the inclusionary agreement in order to speed up the lease up process.
Okay, and I guess you know, was those conditions were in existence in the Harlan, and we got stuck. So the question is,
the Harlan, no. So we've actually expanded our inclusionary housing agreement over the years, and it underwent a big kind of overhaul in 2018, and so it's a much stronger agreement. And the Harlan, unfortunately, that agreement, we didn't have those conditions.
Okay.
And it's a learning process. So we've learned some bad actors, and we've made our agreement stronger, and so now, you know, that's included.
Okay, as long as it's addressed, that would be one of my biggest concerns. Are there any other issues, items that anyone wishes to bring to staff's attention to be included and or addressed in their next 2 weeks? Commissioner Lombardi.
Yeah, there's a few things we touched upon, and I'm just wondering opinion and maybe consensus from the commission on some of these items. One of them you brought up, Chair Hoopengarner, which was the need for a break facility and restroom for staff.
Yeah. Well, if it's not in the plans that come forward, it should be a condition.
I agree that might want to be a condition.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I believe the applicant already expressed a willingness to do that. So I do think that that's an important condition. Okay, I've already got that in my notes.
I have more.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if we want to hear from other commissioners or
Go for it.
We discussed minimum lease term and some concerns about that. I understand there's a lot built into the City West Highwood Code.
I think that's already addressed in the
commissioners.
code.
Okay.
It's already addressed in the code. I don't think we need to add further resolutions on that, but legal can chime in.
We
I
talked
think
about
it's actually in the resolution, but it's absolutely in the code, and I'm pretty sure I saw a condition for a minimum lease term of a year.
Yeah, it's 1.12.
Thank you.
I think, you know what, I think why I asked this was because there's discussion about a flex fee option. But if we think we're covered as is, then perhaps that we can move on from that.
I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to, we have that rule, but then what are the, and that doesn't apply just to this operator, but to every, landlord. If somebody comes to you and says, I have to move to New York, I have my, it's been 6 months, I want to break my lease. There's nothing in our city code to prevent that. Correct?
Right. It says what the lease term might be, but the purpose is so the units are housing and they're not high turnover and they're not short-term rentals, that these are units and that they're used as units to provide domicile for people who are intending to live and work in the city and be here. So it covers that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And Commissioner Lombardi, other items?
The only other one I have is we talked a little bit about the valet requirement. I don't know if that requires further discussion to give clear direction, or we're leaving that to.
I'm hoping and praying that the garage configuration gets resolved so that you don't need it.
Okay. So maybe that one's left a little bit open, but noting that there needs to be some clarity on how this is all handled one way or another.
We'll see if my prayers are answered. Commissioner Dutta.
I just, one thing to that point, I know that this discussion was to remove the back tandem spaces potentially as a way of alleviating some of the other requested waivers. But I believe that the attendant was not there just for the sole purpose of spaces, but also there to be of assistance to anybody who is struggling with parking in the narrow spaces potentially. So I think that that's important to note, that even if that piece of the parking garage issue is resolved, is the attendant still going to be something that is an amenity for the tenants there for the purpose of parking in those tight spaces as well? So it serves more than one purpose.
I mean, I myself don't quite understand how, parking attendant's going to resolve the fact that you need to do 26 K turns in order to get out of a parking space. If the attendant has to do it, you have to do it. It really is 6 of one, half and a dozen of another. So I really would see the attendant only as being of value as relates to the tandem. I don't really see that attendant adds value as relates to the tight configuration of the parking that makes it just extraordinarily difficult to maneuver within the garage, other than it's someone who's got experience because they do it multiple times a day. But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, understood. No, I'm just saying that because it was stated at one point.
Yeah. This comes back to how and if the garage configuration is resolved. Were there any other conditions before we move on? Okay, with that, I'd like to make a motion that this item be continued to a date certain of September 2nd, 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Vincent. David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Somebody needs to be on mute.
Talking about Kelly's stepfather, Jeremy.
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
and the motion carries. Noting Commissioner Carvalero absent, this will be continued to September 2nd, 2021, and will be noticed accordingly.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, if I will invoke a 5-minute break until, 4-minute break to 10:05, and then we will reconvene with item B on our agenda. See you soon. David, do we have all the peoples? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're here.
Yes, Chair, and you are free to go at any time.
Excellent. With that, I will reconvene this regularly scheduled meeting of the Planning Commission on dated July 5th or August 5th at 10:07 p.m. Up next on our agenda is item 10B. Oops. 10B. This is 2 billboards on adjacent properties at 9009 and 9015 Sunset Boulevard. Is a request to convert existing billboards to digitally and internally lit billboards. With that, Ms. Davis, I assume you're on deck?
I am.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Hoopen Gardner and fellow commissioners. Jennifer Davis, contract planner for the city. This evening, we are reviewing requests for the replacement of wall signs with a new one-sided internally lit billboard at 9009 Sunset, which is the Roxy Theater, and for the conversion of a two-sided static billboard to a new two-sided digital and internally lit billboard at 9015 Sunset. That's the Rainbow Bar and Grill. Both of these buildings are designated cultural resources, and I do have a list of character defining features on hand if that's needed. They are both subject to a development agreement, and the drafts of these agreements include the latest direction from City Council related to the occupancy of the buildings. The draft DA may require some refinement based on live entertainment issues and cultural resource topics. The subject site is located on the north side of Sunset, west of Hilldale, and the property has the 2 buildings on it. Both of these venues have worked synergistically together on this site since the early 70s. These are views of the existing signage. So on the left is the Rainbow billboard, and on the right is the Roxy. Note on the left, the Rainbow can sign is a character defining feature. On the right, the Roxy pole sign is not. And there was some discussion last time. So this is a view of the existing site on the left and the proposed site on the right. The billboards are proposed for the front of the parcel. In fact, the Rainbow billboard will be located in the same spot using the same support structure as the existing billboard. The rear half of the site is located in Los Angeles and contains a residential building at the top on the left of the drawings, and parking. The residential building is used for talent. The site improvements will contain ample landscaping and terracing, and the driveway between the Rainbow and the Roxy will be substantially improved. This is the demo plan, and it shows the 5 wall signs that will be removed to allow for the Roxy billboard, internally lit billboard. The Rainbow will be replacing the existing 2-sided static sign with a new 2-sided sign. This table shows a number and dimensions of the wall signs to be removed for the Roxy, also measurements for the Rainbow side too. But removing these wall signs and replacing them with 1 billboard helps improve the designated resource and by reducing visual clutter. The total wall area to be removed, wall sign area to be removed is 607 square feet. With the approval of an admin permit, they are permitted to increase that sign area 33%, allowing for the 800 square feet that is proposed. Site improvements in the rear are under the purview of Los Angeles, and this is the line between the 2 cities. But in the front half, they are in West Hollywood. And this is a revised sheet. This is one of the revised sheets you received earlier, and it actually now shows the Roxy pole sign there. So there's improved outdoor dining, seating area. There's static and retractable bollards, new paving, a canopy and trellis, and then the back outdoor seating would be made available. This street level view shows more clearly the extensive site improvements between the two buildings. So you can see the outdoor dining, the pavement, canopy. These are the permanent bollards. There is a seating area at the base of the rainbow billboard, along with the historical, well, entertainment panels. This is a dimension detail of that same area. So it shows and this one shows the retractable bollards. And that again is the Roxy pole sign, really. This graphic also helps to show the relationship of the rainbow sign to the sidewalk, which actually is the same. It will remain the same as it is right now with the existing billboard. The proposed billboard for the Roxy at 9009 is a kit of parts and mirrors the coming together of pieces over time, both in the physical building and in the eating, drinking, socializing, and entertaining activities. This creates the urban ensemble design vision of the proposed billboard. The internally lit billboard sign face is supported by a structure composed of polycarbonate panels covering a steel pole, and they never touch. This is these panels are accented from gray to top of billboard by light tubes with changeable colors. The new sign face measures 800 square feet, and the billboard frames the easternmost driveway entrance and reaches over the two-story Roxy building. This view shows the relationship of the new sign as it overhangs the Roxy and its adjacency to the building to the east. This drawing shows the height details in relationship to the existing building, both buildings, the Roxy and the building to the east. This is a revised drawing that you received late this afternoon. It shows more accurately the large panels and that the light tube colors would not shine through them. They would rather they would be white light. The building itself is 34 feet high and the sign rises 16 feet above that. The dimensions of the billboard are 16 by 50. Yes, I mentioned the 4 adjustable multicolored tubes as part of the overall design. And then on to the rainbow. The rainbow is a vertical sign composed of 2 parts, creating a pedestrian space at the bottom with backlit panels of historic images and figures of Sunset Strip, celebrating the history of Sunset Boulevard. The lowest part, the pedestrian level, is 6'6" tall, and a stainless steel bench with perforated metal seating encircles the bottom of the sign. The middle part, which measures 23.8 inches, is currently shown as that black pole without the originally proposed perforated steel section that would show images of performers. The top part of the structure is the 2-sided billboard, with the west face being the digital face and the east face being internally lit. This is the area of the sign for all offsite advertising, and each upper face measures 672 square feet. The rainbow replaces the existing 2-sided 14 by 48 feet sign with a billboard of the same size in the same location. This drawing helps to show the relationship of the billboard to the rainbow can sign, which is outlined in red on the left, and to the street level. The size of the billboard, height, and location will remain the same as the existing one. So this is the south elevation and the west elevation. This is a more detailed view showing the same relationship to building, can sign, and sidewalk. And this shows also sort of more of the pedestrian relationship to the billboard. The rainbow billboard was originally proposed with a middle section, and that's what you see on the left. It was internally illuminated and had historic images on it. The historic Preservation Commission stated that this middle section prevented the historic rainbow can sign from showing its historic character and asked that it be removed. It is removed in the main drawings. That's the image on the right. And this is a condition of approval that states that the middle section is removed. The applicant, however, is still interested in having this middle section and will be presenting their view in their presentation. This view also shows the existing sign, the previous plans, the middle section, and then the current plans without the middle section. A couple of views showing the billboards in context along Sunset. So this is a view eastbound. I think it's very helpful to see these billboards in the existing urban landscape. And here's a closer view eastbound and a view westbound. The proposed billboards provide a substantial and ongoing public benefit to the city, implementing the vision of the new billboard policy, permitting innovative new billboards on the iconic Sunset Strip, contributing to its unique character and vibrancy, and by providing public benefit as outlined in the draft development agreement. For these reasons, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the permits to City Council. That ends my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. At this time, are there questions of staff on either of these projects? Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you, Chair Hooper Gardner. I have just a couple really quick questions. First question for staff. Jennifer, could you please verify all character defining features on the property? So you noted that the rainbow sign was one of them. The Roxy sign was not. Are there any other character defining features that we should be considering?
Let me just bring those up so we can take a look to see if there are. These are the character defining features for the Roxy. So I'm not sure if there's anything else that, other than that question about the pole sign, which is not a character defining feature. I'm not sure that any of these features have are impacted at all by the proposed billboard.
Okay.
So that's, and I can come back to this, but the next one is the rainbow character defining features. And in this one, the can sign is listed as a character defining feature.
It seems like most of it's basically describing the structure.
It is, yeah.
Thank you.
On both of them, yeah.
I have just one other question. There was a slide up that was showing the different variations of the rainbow sign with the lighting element at the base. It looked like the current HPE version might be narrower than what's actually existing currently, which maybe is because it's already clad. I'm just wondering if you have any information on that, or if that's a question for the applicant.
That might be a question for the applicant, but what image was it? So I can just bring it up. Was it in these images that we're talking about? Or
that's it right there.
Yeah.
So the existing billboard at the far left.
Right. So you're saying that existing billboard, that pole sign looks larger than it does on the far right?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that would be a question for the applicant and how they drew that. What did they base that drawing on?
Okay, great. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of staff at this time? If not, let's move on to the applicant's presentation. The applicant will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. Please state your name and your city of residence. And go for it.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My name is Aaron Green. I am with the Afria Consulting Group representing the applicant here this evening. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. Before I get into the detail of the presentation, I'd like to quickly ask Michael Maglieri, one of the property owners, to speak briefly about what this application means to him and his family. Michael?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. My name is Michael Maglieri. My family, along with the Adler family, have the distinct privilege of operating the Rainbow Bar and Grill and the Roxy Theater. I want to introduce myself and relate just how important these applications are to our families and our businesses. As you can imagine, the pandemic has tremendously impacted our businesses. The revenue these signs generate will be a lifeline for our businesses, both now and in the future. As you know, we voluntarily designated the Rainbow and the Roxy historic a few years ago with the hopes of being able to redesign billboards. It has always been our commitment to respect the history and magic of these two iconic sites, and we believe the proposal before you this evening embodies that commitment. Ever since my father started working at the Whiskey in 1964, our family has been dedicated to West Hollywood and the Sunset Strip. We hope to be on the Sunset Strip another 57 years, and with three generations or more, and these signs will help make that possible. Thank you, and I now will turn the presentation over to Aaron Green to discuss any details of the project.
Thank you, Michael. And I'm going to quickly share my screen. Can folks see my screen? Great, thank you. So since staff covered much of some of the background here, I'm not going to spend a heck of a lot of time on the Roxy and the Rainbow as buildings themselves. Just a couple of quick elements I would call out. So as staff mentioned, the existing Rainbow billboard, which is a two-sided static billboard, the 5 wall signs that are mentioned for reallocation appear on both the the west and the east wall of the building. There is also, as staff mentioned, the hillside and the portion of the site that's in the city of Los Angeles, which we're also proposing to revitalize as part of this project. I'm kind of going to skip the history of these buildings since everybody knows them quite well. The one thing I would note for Commissioner Lombardi, who asked about the width of the existing pole. So there's a 6-foot wide pole today on the site, but it is dressed, if you will, with these vertical hexagonal columns that are design oriented and architecturally based, but not structural. If you've been to the Roxy, if you've spent time in West Hollywood, you know just how much magic has happened at the venue as well as next door at the Rainbow. Rock and roll history was made and continues to be made at this space. There are 4 parts to the proposal at the Roxy. So for this sign, the first piece is a light component of landscaping to soften the experience for pedestrians as they're walking along the site. As Jennifer mentioned, there are the polycarbonate panels that add distinction and texture to the billboard structure while still masking it. And then the light tubes, which also provide a distinct and unique form to really frame the billboard itself. And as mentioned, this is a static billboard that will be backlit. The proposal at the Rainbow is one that largely leaves the existing sign itself intact with a couple of changes. One, the 2 current faces, which are not backlit, they're front lit. The west face, the east face, this one will change to a backlit billboard, while the west face will change to digital. One of the other minor modifications that we made is we put mesh along the 2 sides on the north and the south to sort of enclose the guts of the billboard, if you will. And then we've proposed, as HPC suggested, to remove that sort of middle section and also the existing hexagonal columns that dress the structure today. And then we add the lower section, which I'll zoom in on in just a moment. The other component to this is really bringing to life part of the unspoken and sometimes unseen history of this property, where a lot of what happened here, a lot of the cultural magic that occurred occurred not in addition to in the buildings, in the parking lots around them. So what we've proposed to do is make extensive site renovations and upgrades to really make this space more usable and enjoyable for patrons, as well as for the public during special events that we would be open to partnering with the city on. This is a zoomed in version looking northeast of the site. So the rainbow pole itself, pursuant to HPC's recommendation, would be painted black. There would be this small 6'6" section that would include panels that could be changed on a regular basis as sort of a historic exhibit of some of the figures and features and folks who participated in making the rainbow as special as it was and as it continues to be. This is a daytime shot looking west. As you can see, the billboards are, again, largely, this would be the digital face. So the rainbow is in exactly the same location, and the Roxy sits back up against near the property line. It overhangs in certain places, parts of the Roxy, but they never touch, and there is always a separation. This is a view looking from the other direction. You begin to see some of the landscaping internal to the site here with this tree. As Jennifer showed, we're looking to, and we propose to, redesign or revitalize this outdoor dining space right now. And so we would take out the existing outdoor sort of dining area and redo the entire space with a new canopy and awning. One of the things that this does is it serves to really bring the sites together experientially. And so it also provides some shade for times when the site could be, we could put our bollards, those replaceable, removable bollards, up in order to protect the entirety of the site for greater activation. We're also proposing to repave the entirety of the space so that it goes from that black asphalt look to something that's more engaging and something that folks might want to actually spend some time on. This is an evening view of the site. Again, you can begin to see this is a shot where the bollards might be up, and we can more, it's an example of where we might more actively utilize this drive aisle during certain times. I'm going to now ask Esker Margulies, our landscape consultant, to speak briefly about the landscape enhancements that we're proposing.
Thanks, Aaron. So the idea here really is to bring some of that magic that formerly happened inside and in the parking lot to the site itself, to use it much in a much more public way than just a kind of slope with a driveway that goes up. But the key thing is that, so we're going to try to bring that magic through a kind of bold yet sustainable planting palette. Hopefully as exciting as the cultural events that are going on, and then bring it out to the street, give a taste of what's happening back on the back of the site, right out along the sidewalk, and also use some of the plant material, especially on the Roxy side, to provide a little distance from people to those polycarbonate panels in the signage. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is just a kind of a simplified version, and you can see what's happening on the slope there is it's a terraced landscape with small shade trees to provide shade for people who are using it during the daytime. And then because it's terraced, we have a number of retaining walls, and we like to soften them with hanging vines and other plants, which I'll show you in a second. Let's go to the plant palette, please. Another view just kind of showing the plan. And then these are these bold forms of drought tolerant, heat tolerant, very vibrant plants that we're going to use all over the site in areas to make it exciting, a kind of exciting entertainment landscape. And the next slide, please.
2 minutes remaining.
We do have some very narrow areas. So we have plant material, which is going to be very happy in these narrow areas. And as I mentioned, we have walls, and these vine and cascading plants will be softening those walls and making it feel much more verdant and people friendly. And I'm going to turn it back over to Aaron.
Thank you, Esther. So as staff mentioned, this is the existing billboard structure right now with this architectural dressing. This is what we presented to Planning Commission that had that middle section dressed, if you will, with that additional design component. And this is on the right, you'll see what we have proposed before you today. We are comfortable proceeding with either design. But just wanted to call out, we do think that there's something special to that middle section, but we do also understand the desire of HPC to make sure that there is no competition between the character defining feature, which is the rainbow can sign, and that middle section. So we're certainly comfortable proceeding in either direction. And this is just that same view that Jennifer showed a moment ago, a different perspective. The last thing that I'd call out is, in addition to the site investment and components themselves, there's tremendous additional public benefit in the form of revenue to the city, in the form of a development agreement. So between the two signs, it's projected that the city will receive approximately $42 million from this development agreement over the term of 30 years. That is nearly unprecedented. And that is on top of the public arts programming that will be provided on both of these boards. A quick couple of notes. One, because I know it's been a question at previous commission meetings, there are no logos for the sign companies proposed on either sign, and there is no architectural lighting proposed for either of these projects. I can certainly answer any questions that the commission would have. I'm also joined here, in addition to Esther, by other members of our project team, and we are here to answer any questions. We greatly appreciate your consideration, and we hope and ask for your strong recommendation to the City Council. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Are there questions for the applicant? I think everybody's a little tired. All right, if there's no questions for the applicant, at this time, can I ask
one question?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Lombardi.
Sorry, it's just a simple one. So are you upgrading the lighting in the rainbow sign, which is designated historic?
Commissioner, a number of years ago, that sign went through its own rehabilitation and upgrade to sort of bring the electrical and some of the lighting up to date. So we're not proposing to make any additional modifications.
Okay, so your plan is to maintain it as is?
It will not be touched.
And ensure that it remains maintained?
That's correct, yeah. As part of the historic designation, we are required to maintain that as a character defining feature.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, I will ask for this time for disclosures. Are there any disclosures as relates to this applicant and this project? Vice Chair Jones.
Thank you. Yes, I did have a Zoom call with the applicant's representative, and we discussed items contained in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta.
I also had a Zoom call with the applicant's representative, and we only discussed items in the staff report.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Similar to Vice Chair Jones and Commissioner Dutta, I also had a Zoom call with the applicant and discussed matters contained within the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas.
I had a Zoom call with the applicant, and everything we discussed were items included in the staff report.
Okay. With that, let's move into public comment. David, do we have any public still awake?
Thank you, Chair. I received no public comment forms for this item. There are several people on our platform, so if anyone would like to speak, please star 9 for me at this time, and we'll give you 3 minutes to comment on this project. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear. There is no public comment for this item.
Very good. Thank you, David. With that, the applicant has 5 minutes to rebut the non-public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We're fine.
Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Are there any additional questions from the commission at this time for staff or anybody? If there are none, then I will close the public hearing and we will move into deliberations on this proposed change to our beautiful Sunset Strip. Vice Chair Jones, start it off for us.
Great, thank you very much. So did chair this meeting.
Sorry, my bad. You get to give your chair of the SASE report first.
Oh, all good. Yeah, and I hope that I do it justice because I did review my notes, and I think I was going to do it during comments anyway, Chair Hoopengarner, but thank you. So I think recap quickly. The conversation that we had with the applicant at design review for this item. Generally speaking, I think that especially compared to some of the other projects that we've seen, we were generally in agreement, especially with the Roxy sign, that it was an improvement to the site. I think we did have quite a bit of discussion about the Rainbow Room, the changes to the Rainbow Room billboard. And as I understand it, the applicant has made changes to that, one of which I think Commissioner Lombardi had asked for the north hill facing side of the billboard to be closed off. And I think you noted that has been changed. We did have some discussion about the part of the billboard, again, the Rainbow Room billboard that is between the base, which is really about the pedestrian experience, and the top, kind of that middle part. And I can kind of give my comments about that after. And I also believe that Commissioner Hoopengarner specifically, we did have some conversations about the number of tubes for lighting on the Roxy billboard specifically. Have I missed anything? I think it wasn't an incredibly contentious hearing or item, if you will, as I recall. And I did feel like we, there wasn't, I think we were generally pretty happy with it, especially with the plans, that the changes for the site that, are being proposed kind of at the back of the property. So Commissioner Lombardi, Chair Hoopengarner, please let me know if I've missed anything. I'm going to make sure I do it justice.
Thank you,
Just one quick note. Just one quick note to make sure there isn't any confusion. I think the third committee member was at the time Chair Bass.
I think you're right too.
Was asking.
I think you're right, and I'm sorry that I overlooked.
No worries.
That.
Just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware.
Thank you very much for catching that. So I think that concludes my just summary of the meeting, and apologies for misnaming as I continue my slide into early onset memory loss thanks to the pandemic. I want to note that, I did meet with the applicant about this project, as I noted in my disclosure, and I think overall I feel really good about moving this forward. It was in the staff report, and I think the applicant also, mentioned that HPC, actually, the Historic Preservation Commission, actually recommended so that there wouldn't be competition with the Rainbow Room sign, that middle part be taken away. And I'm actually very much aligned with that. There's a lot of signage kind of in that area, including kind of the Roxy, I call it the bouncing R. There was another name for it, the R sign. But I feel, really good about what's being proposed. I like the design. I think it's a complement, certainly, to the space without being, distracting or kind of overshadowing either of the buildings. And I'm aligned with, moving staff's recommendation forward. But again, I'm always open to discussion. So if there's something you think I need to be swayed on, please.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Then I guess I will chip in. Go ahead, Commissioner Lombardi.
I'll defer to Commissioner Thomas first, if that's okay.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get unmuted there. Well, first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge the SASE committee and the Historic Preservation Commission for the work that they've done on this project. I just wanted to say that I respect the findings of the Historic Preservation Commission, but West Hollywood has so many historical cultural monuments that are part of West Hollywood's rock and roll heritage on Sunset, Chateau Marmont, the Viper Room, the Whiskey A Go Go, and of course, the Rainbow Room and the Roxy, with the latter all being anchors of the western end of the Sunset Strip, and they're all world famous. And I just think that removing the proposed middle section to make way for the can sign puts more value on the sign than the icons that made the sign famous. And I just think that it's a missed opportunity to do something special in that area. I do think that the proposed middle section is a little bit busy, but I think that it would be great to do something that's right in the middle. I think that it just kind of revitalizes the area. I had some other thoughts on this project, specifically the site improvements in the area behind, but according to the staff report, that is all in Los Angeles, which I don't believe was in our staff report. So I'm just gonna kind of not use those notes, but I do still have some questions, well, some concerns rather, about like the permeability of the materials that are used in that area, but it's in Los Angeles, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. And I'm inclined to approve this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. And yes, you are correct. That line is, you know, it's that other city to the north, and we don't get to say anything. So Commissioner Lombardi, you had comments, discussion.
Sure. And thank you, Commissioner Thomas. I don't have too much to add that wouldn't be inconsistent with what the other commissioners have said. I think I did have a discussion with staff, and the one question that I had was about the intent of the sort of pieces or glowing white parts that are attached to the rainbow sign. And it seems like that's been clarified in the presentation, that is something that glows and sort of resides in front of the colored, the four colored elements that sort of loop across the sign, the larger sign element. So that was the biggest question that I had there. I think with that resolved, overall, it's a nice design. And I'll say that I don't have a really strong opinion between the original option of how the, make sure I'm getting this right, how the rainbow room sign was, is that correct? Yes, the rainbow room, sorry, it's very late. The rainbow room sign was presented, but with the modifications to HPC, there is something nice about the slenderness of the post just being there and seeing the original rainbow sign. But I totally see the argument that it's a Sunset Strip and we're trying to make improvements, and it's something that's kind of unique and it builds upon maybe some of the character evolution over time. So I don't have a strong stance on that one. Kind of either way, I'd be inclined to approve this. So I'd be curious what other commissioners think.
Thank you, Commissioner Lombardi. Commissioner Dutta.
I'm also inclined to approve this project, specifically to the Rainbow Bar and Grill and its billboard. I do agree with the HPC recommendation to remove the middle part, simply because to me, the Rainbow Bar and Grill can sign is the most prominent character defining feature of that property. And I do believe that having that middle part does compete with it. I do like the way that the middle part looks, but I think just given its location in proximity to that other to the can sign, I do agree that it, to me, is preferred. I prefer to not have it be I prefer to not have the middle part be there. Otherwise, I think I am in agreement with everything else in regards to this project and would be inclined to approve it.
Any other comments or discussion? Commissioner Vinson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm also, I agree with Dutta. I'm also inclined to approve with HPC's recommendation to leave the middle part out, and so that the rainbow sign is more prominent and there's no distraction from that. That's my only comment.
Thank you. I too concur with HPC. I think we did discuss it at SASE. And while I get, it's a Sunset Strip and having that, homage to our history is nice, but I think visually it's very cluttered. And that, basic design elements of 3. I'm looking at page 46, in the package side by side. It's just so much cleaner. That plain black pole with the rainbow off to the side just brings it into relief, and it is, the defining characteristic of the project. And so I too would concur with HPC. That middle element, I don't see it adding a ton of value. And I don't even believe it's advertising space. So I just don't see that it's a necessary feature. So with that, I would like to move approval of staff's recommendation, concurring with HPC as to the removal of the middle section over the pole. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, then David, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Dutta?
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Vinson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner?
Yes.
And the motion carries, noting Commissioner Carvalero absent. There is no appeal process. This is a recommendation to the City Council.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Excellent. Item 10C, 901 Sunset Boulevard, an additional billboard. This item has been continued to, don't remember when. Robin, when?
October 7th.
October 7th. Thank you. Item 11, new business, there is none. Item 12, unfinished business, there is none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar, there is none. Item 14, items from staff, planning manager update. Robin, go for it.
Thank you. Quick update for the next 3 meetings. On August 19th, we have 2 projects, a new bar at 9159 Sunset Boulevard, and yet another billboard, 9165-69 Sunset Boulevard. On September 2nd, we have the Fairfax Avenue item that was continued tonight. Another billboard, 8497 Sunset, and then a major amendment to a hotel at North La Brea Avenue. And then September 16th, that meeting is canceled. That's it. Chair, you're on mute.
Mouse is not clicking. Item 15, public comment. David, do we have any public still alive?
We received no public comments for this item, Chair.
Okey-dokey. Item 16, items from commissioners. 16A, commissioner comments. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Yeah, I did just want to reiterate that I will be missing the September 2nd meeting. I have a family event, hopefully only for people who are vaccinated, but TBD on that. So anyway, I will not be present at that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
I just wanted to thank the residents who wrote in about the items presented this evening, and I had wanted to thank the design review subcommittee for the work they did on the project at Fountain in Fairfax.
Thank you. Any other items, Commissioner Vinson?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind staff that I will be gone for the August 19th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi?
I believe I mentioned this earlier and perhaps at the previous Planning Commission meeting as well, but I will be absent from the September 2nd meeting due to a work conflict. However, I'll let you know if for any reason that changes.
Thank you. And I guess that conflates subcommittee management with our items from Commissioner I would just add one other item from Commissioners. The last billboard that we discussed, we had some pretty robust conversations and put forth a resolution that was not what was taken forward to the City Council. And that it was amended post facto and outside of the public process. And I understand some of the drivers on that, and council has voted, and that is that. But honestly, I was not happy with how that unfolded and how that was managed, and how that was not a transparent process, and it contradicted an explicit vote of this commission. So I just want to go on record that there's a reason we have public hearings. And I'd like to make sure that we continue to stay transparent and public in our process. So if there's no other items from commissioners, I believe survey says we are in adjournment. This is an adjournment of this regularly scheduled meeting until the next.
Oh, sorry. I have one thing. For subcommittee management, for the next meeting date, are we having the long range planning subcommittee on that date?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting until our next regular scheduled meeting, Thursday, August 19th at 6:30 p.m. on the same teleconferencing vehicle. Have a lovely week, or well, no sassy next week, right? So that's another note to the public, right? There's no sunset Arts and advertising subcommittee, which we keep affectionately calling sassy, next week. So our next official meeting of any part or all of this body is the August 19th Planning Commission meeting. Whew. And we just beat 11 o'clock. Yay, team. Thank you, everyone, for some really outstanding work. I think it was a hard night. There was a lot to cover, and yay, team. With that, have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.